Today it shall be a no jacket day. It has been decided. Oh god, I have to... One sec. I had to do something yesterday. I changed some settings. Character... Third person is at 55. That's better. Hey, what's up, Zoff here? Dude, I so much don't want to farm you to pull, but I have to, because if I don't do it, I'll never do it. Like, I have to, I have to get at least at like 90-ish or something, or like 85. Like, I have to get to a point where whatever I do next time, I don't have to worry about it, because otherwise I'll never do it. I gotta do it. No choice. All my submarines are now level 100. But it turns out actually the max level is like 130 or something, so I'll have to just make my submarines. I'll have to like build them up or like leveling. Isn't it the consequences of my own actions? Bro, I'm so pissed that it was too easy, man. It feels like I did it for no reason. I really thought it would be hard, dude. But then it was just a regular run in the end. Like, I did this for no reason. Well, I to be fair, I wanted the Dark Knight weapon, and I got it. So, like, technically, I still got what I wanted out of it. But still. Yeah, sure did. I mean, it looked very promising when I entered 71 with no way to pull, and then I got one shot. And then I was like, whoa. But then I got there with like, what, 60 or 50 to pull, but then that was already too much. Tried in Neo. Can you imagine? I mean, the implication, if I tried that in Neo, is I had to get the pull back in Neo. Yikes. I'm sure it'd be more interesting in Neo, but like, goddamn, bro, I don't want to farm that pull back. At least in PT, I knew farming the pull back would not be like a huge pain. I mean, there's a reason I never tried a challenge like that before. In any of the other deep dungeons. It's because it's inconvenient in all of them to get it back, and it basically locks me out doing scroll runs. I guess that's not true in POTD anymore, because now you could probably just get your pull capped in like one run anyway, but still. Man, I had such a buzz day yesterday. Today's gonna feel great. Just chill. Yes, yesterday I was doing a bait recording where there were multiple people like there. So like it was a recording where I needed multiple people to be there, and then the whole time I could only think of like I was stressing because I was like, bro, if I fuck the recording anyway, I just gathered all these people there for no reason. And that would be so fucking dumb. Well, luckily the recording, everything worked fine. But like, Jesus, I was scared. 77, 80. I very least 85. It'd be nice if I got it to like 90 or something, but like at the very least 85. Let's do I don't know, Machinist. Kind of curious to look at Machinist. Music. Close all that. Hey, what's up, Pulley? Wait, that's not Machinist. I have a bow on me. I need a gun. Alright. I mean, you know, if there's a good time for me to pull it right now, while it's still early and there's not that many people watching. You're all sleepy? I'm not sleepy. I slept great. It's crazy that this plays exactly how it plays in POTD, bro. It's like there's like no difference. I basically just have more drills, but that's it. Wow, that gun does not fit the running animation. In fact, I think my N isn't even touching it. Oh, well, now we don't see anymore, but I feel like the N wasn't even touching it. $620. Even the chainsaw follow-up is $620, so you just do your favorite one, I guess. Dude. Oh, apparently I have this. Maybe that is more damage then? And that's why the term Machinist. I mean, I get it. Because me in Raid, I basically play Summoner for the same reason. I'm like, I play Summoner because I don't want to really think about what I'm doing. So, I totally get it. So what about this thing? Okay, so this is actually better with reassemble. No, it's not. I have no idea. I have no idea because this says that it's a direct hit critical guarantee. But then Reassemble says that it would increase the damage dealt when under an effect that raises critical hit or direct hit. So like then is it doing something? I have no idea. It does not stack. Okay, so you don't use it with full metal. Confusing tooltip. It is tier list day. We're gonna do 2 tier lists today. I think 3 is a little too much. We're gonna do a job tier list, which I am dreading that tier list, dude. I am dreading the job tier list, like, because I feel like it's so hard for me to not think that PT is kind of a joke to clear. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna show in the tier list. I'm dreading that one, not gonna lie, but I think we have to do it. And then we're gonna do a Pomander tier list, which is gonna be fucking awesome. This one, bro, I can't wait. The job tier list is the one I'm dreading. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna be saying, man, about like every job. Yeah, I'm gonna love the Pom tier list. It's gonna be great to be able to just talk about them. We already know who's bottom tier. I mean, I guess Color is bottom tier. If you're talking about the job. Color, Astro. But I feel like Astro's probably like better than Scholar. But then is Astro worse than White Mage and Sage? Probably. Probably Astro if you only single target. Maybe you time out. Oh, for the pump. I guess technically it matters. Technically it depends on how you see intuition. I think I'm gonna judge intuition as like it does what it's supposed to do, right? So I won't be too harsh on it. Purification though, yeah. It's very interesting because yesterday I was recording something with people, and one of the points we discussed was Pomanders, and someone brought a great point where they said it doesn't feel like the Pomanders are really made with the deep dungeon in mind anymore. And honestly, I didn't really think about it before that, but I kind of agree. Like basically the way they said it is, they created the Pomanders to fix, to fit in Evan and PUTD, but then it doesn't feel like that in EO and PT. Which it kind of makes sense if you look at something like Steel, right? Because like Steel in PUTD and Evan, it has a clear purpose. In PT, I mean, Steel is there because it's always been there, but like when you think about it, it doesn't really solve any problem in PT. I thought it was a great point. And it's a scoring bomb, but it's not like you need it even to do EV pulls a lot of the time. Like a lot of the time, the critical mass you're gonna reach, it's not even your damage you're taking. It's just there's too many monsters with bad abilities. I'll tell you, Jordan. Man, I was watching a little bit of Hustle earlier. He was streaming the scoring. I was watching it and I was like, I don't know how much we're gonna score PT, man. I was just like, this looks exactly like my runs. I don't know. I just can't really get excited about scoring PT, which is like kind of a shame because it's also. We have to do the scoring guide. At the very least, we have to do this. But it's kind of a shame because I probably won't have a lot of scoring VODs this time. But then it's gonna be that time where we need it the most. Because there's gonna be so many people scoring it, right? But then I just can't get excited for scoring PT, dude. I agree with also about the speeds. About what? About the speeds, at which part of... Do you mean like the speeds we can optimize getting more speeds? Because I don't really disagree with that. I think there's still going to be an element of RNG, but I think like you can optimize them to make them more reliable. Now, if you mean like the fact that speed is the optimization is an interesting thing. Now that thing is something I disagree about though. To me, it's not fun that the only point of optimization is on if you can or can't speed a state. He had a brain fart moment, unfortunately. Really? He died in the 70s? Oh, it happens. It happens. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that the Giga run for PT that will, like, trash all runs will just be some kind of very lucky 8 or 9 speedrun file. But it's the same way that the GG run in EO might be like a 8, a 7 lucky speedrun file. Or the same way that an Evan Eye GG run might just be like a speedrun 91-100 that picked up 5 Magicite. Do you think you'll end up preferring to score Evan on high? Oh, to score. Okay, sorry. I thought you meant to, like, you would prefer it over Evan on high, but you would prefer to score Evan on high. I don't know if I. Maybe I'm just like done with scoring in general. Hard to say. I feel like right now I'm not really excited about scoring any of the deep dungeons. POTD is probably the one I want to go back to the most. And the big reason is because the potion upkeep is not really there anymore. This is a nightmare room in POTD, by the way, but we're not in POTD. In POTD though, if I saw a 6 wyvern room, I'd be like, screw that. Can't believe nothing saw me. Are wyverns procs in 2TD? Yep, they are. And they hurt, too. They don't hurt as much. They don't hurt so much that I would say like an experienced player is gonna die to them. But they hurt enough where like if I fight a wyvern, it's definitely time to pay attention to what's going on. Like it's not really not a brain dead pull. Triceratops, in my opinion, Triceratops, that's the first monster in TTD where I can die to it. Like, even if I know what's going on, I could die to a Triceratops. I could see myself dying to it. But Wyvern is, like, just below that threshold. I feel like I would not die on a Wyvern, excluding a HP down or something, but on, like, a regular floor, I don't think I would die to it. A Triceratops could happen. Triceratops just needs, like, an unlucky crit. You stun it, you try to recover, you kite, it doesn't work, then it just gets like another lucky crit and you're like, holy shit. Where's the key, bro? I'm supposed to be playing the fast job. What floor in PTD have one-shot mechanics that war needs to start worrying? One-shot mechanics? There's not really like it's you have to see it that way. On war you can probably survive most mechanics but there's always a few exceptions that they outright kill you because they put a debuff on you. That's just GG, right? And I could not tell you all of them by heart, but like for example, there's the like on floor let's say 17 there's a slime monster, and then if you let it go into its enrage you die. But then that doesn't mean you die to any telegraph in the 60s, even though the 60s later. So then there's like a few monsters like that. And then in the end game it's the same. In the end game it's the same. In fact, on a DPS, I've survived getting hit by telegraph on the last set. On like the 190s. I've been hit by the Night Donut multiple times on DPS and I survived it. But then if you get hit by, say, a Garm's Ram's Voice, you're dead. Because it freezes you. But then if you get hit by the Dragon's Voice, you might survive. Because it's just a dot. So it's chase by chase. Probably your first speedrun you sleep just under 320. Yeah, that's a nice time. That's a nice time with your first speedrun. I think my PB is 310-ish. So it's only 10 minutes away from it. I know in my PB the big place where I lost a lot of time is I entered the 70 stretch with no sights. So I wasn't really able to do landmines. So that set took like a little under 30 minutes. To me it looked like you could go sub 3 hours without too much grinding. Oh yeah, treasure room sack and speedrun. Just say. Well, talking of sacking, I think that was a treasure room back there. Maybe I can sack a silver in there if there's like 2 or 3. Oh, that really looked like a treasure room from a distance. You still PUTD newbie, your run is at 115 there. 150, it's like where the run gets real. Like, I'm not saying you can't die before, but I'd say 150, that's where you kind of like enter the actual deep dungeon part of it. Before that, it's mostly filler, with like a few, let's say, interesting parts. Like, for example, I think 141, 150 can be interesting. 150 though is really when you get to like the oh shit it's happening part. Man, I have no certainty to deal with that. That probably won't really matter, though. I don't know if the, like, I was thinking 5160 was the best stretch to farm me to pull. I don't know if... Maybe the best stretch is actually 31. I haven't really thought about it too much because I mean anyway that's the only time I'm really gonna be farming to pull, so I'm so used to that skill, like full metal, but it's because of PvP, man. In PvP that skill is destruction. My god, Machinist is easy, dude. Hey, it's funny because actually if you put me in PUTD on Machinist, even though it plays mostly the same, I'm actually not that good at Machinist in PUTD specifically, or even an eye. But like, because you don't have to bind the monsters in there, it's not really the same. Like, it's all the same rotation, but... like, there's not really a whole kiting thing that you're doing there. I don't even know if the vote is really worth my time. Maybe. I don't know how big this is. Don't know if you could outrun that. Feel like if you're going in a straight line, maybe. God, I hate that guy. Only Machinist and PT, it's AoE actually feels good. What's different about AoE on Machinist there? You have one more chainsaw, like, you basically do your chainsaw twice, right? You have 2 stacks of Bio Blaster. Did you have 2 stacks of Bio Blaster in PT as well? I'm assuming you can't, like, stack the dot, even if you have 2 stacks. Oh yeah, yeah, full metal, the 2-minute thing. Oh, you're like spammable or just AD or both AoEs at this level? What the fuck? That's weird. They're like the same button now. I didn't even realize. In POTD on the last 2 sets, could you solo pull as you learn not timeout or landmine play still required? You could. You could, but then you kinda want to be doing landmine in the 170s. I don't think you need to do landmine in the 180s or the 190s, but in the 170s you should do them, just so you can save up more Pomanders for the res. But I would say generally you should be able to single target your way through the rest. On Sage and White Mage, you should be able to. On Scholar and Astro, I don't know if you can 100% single target everything and be like comfy on your time. I think those specifically do a little too little damage. On White Mage or Sage though, I wouldn't really stress about it. I think you can go full single target, but you kind of want to be doing landmines though in the 170. Can you interrupt this? You can. Classic, I have too much burst for a monster problem. Rip full metal, rip robot. I should be using my thing. Where are the silvers, dude? I found one beautiful silver. Well, there's one there. Poison fruit. I'll do it next floor. This way I maybe as a bigger floor and I can fortune it with like a bunch of silvers. Beautiful. I can't believe I'm getting excited for you to pull. First time ever. I guess the robot, the turret has an issue in Evan 2TD where if you're running too far away from your target, it actually just gives up at some point. But the robot doesn't really have this issue, I guess. So it's a little better in that regard. Alright, let's not fly. This way you have more kills, which means maybe more silvers. Room, never lucky. Treasure room, always lucky. Alright, surely there's like 10 silvers, and then I just get 99 to pull, bang, first try, and I'm free. What am I looking for? 27.4. PvP changes, number one. I could tell you that I'm looking forward to like Deep Dungeon changes, but I would be surprised if there's a single line about Deep Dungeon there. But if we're very optimistic and there is a Deep Dungeon change, I would want the regen, like I would want some kind of increase of the amount of regen potions you get in Neo and Heaven on High. Outside of that, there's a chance I'm doing the next Savage raid tier with Ellie and Izaren again, so like maybe that'd be fun. Maybe I'd be looking a bit forward to that. That's about it. All right. I've always wondered, are these guys sight? Nope. It's... I don't know where I'm going to be putting range DPS in the trilogy. Because, like, see, I'm playing Machinist right now, and I'm like, yeah, you don't have sleep. So it's objectively a bit worse than a caster. But then I'm like, it doesn't really matter. Like, it maybe will matter a bit sometimes, rarely. Like, for that one situation, but... Like, yeah, I can't look at Machinist and with a straight face be like, oh yeah, it's way worse than Fate though. Like, it's kind of the same. That was close. Don't think it would one-shot me though. Why they made him shit needles, I don't know. It's a question I think we'll never have the answer for. So I got +4? I did a +4 either pull there. Okay, I think we only have to do this like 2 more times and I should be pretty good. Won't be that bad. I could technically do this one now. I don't know if the Q's dead. Maybe it's fine. I'm still curious to like look at the match party experience. You want to see if they do any change to solo criterion. Solo criterion? That's not a real thing, right? You mean variant dungeon? Or is that some kind of joke about the state of criterion and I'm missing it? Or you mean variant dungeon specifically? I don't think you're good. I mean, I don't see why they would change it, but I assume you mean the new one, right? Like, I assume you mean, do you think they're gonna make the new one different? I mean, they made a DD group focus, maybe it's gonna be reversed this time. I would expect Criterion to be exactly the same formula. I would expect variant be leading into a Criterion like format again. But we'll have to see. I might do it this time too, the Criterion. I kind of liked the Varant last time, so I would probably do it anyway, but I might do the Criterion. Yeah. Okay, I'll give this 3 minutes, and then if it doesn't say more than 1 out of 4, I'll just do solo. That doesn't look very promising. What do you mean people aren't logged in on a Sunday morning, dude? They party too hard on the Saturday. I'm the only one that didn't party hard. Yeah, you gotta do it yourself. You gotta do it yourself. The only way. Let's try White Mage. I still haven't tried a, like, quote-unquote good healer. Kinda curious about that. Delete. And now we all W until I'm at Island Mine. Well, I say by all W, I mean actually I press auto run and I just drain from this thing. That one might do. Did you know my auto run is bound to T? I use it that often. I use it so often I bound it to T. I wanted to find either pool, not a maze route. Nope, no landmine for me. Man, Oli's gonna absolutely decimate these guys. You just stun like everything there. Hey, also, what's up? Hello, hello. I know you were scoring Samurai. Someone told me you had an accident or something. What happened? You messed up Maze Route and then you dodged and you into a such a spirit take. You should have watched my YouTube short yesterday, where I give the ultimate purification tech to handle the succubi. Get the 8 speed, but skip a few rooms in the 98, and final score is a 2.28. Nice. Well, now you can optimize a 30 more thousand, and you've beaten PT. There's 30 more thousands up for grab. That was a great short. I'm so glad I finally got to do the shit post. I wanted to do it for such a long time too, dude. But I could never get a run where I was either willing to die or I start from 71 and I got lucky and just got purification in my bag. I was talking about it earlier. I don't know if I'm gonna score like PT much, which is a shame because it's like the best time to score for VODs, because that's like the deep dungeon that people are gonna be scoring the most. But I don't know, man. It's very boring this time to me. At the very least, I'll do the guide, the written guide, maybe a video guide, but like VODs, I don't know how many VODs I'm gonna have of PT scoring. Right now I have 2, but where are my silvers, dude? Need the blood Zaren from the highest form. Zaren is actually really light in PT. Yeah, I don't need to block him. I can't block him. He likes PT too much. He's been grinding it. Actually, a lot of the scoring people, they like PT. I feel like the odd one out. Because mostly the general opinion I've seen the scoring channels, people are like it in. It was in my Lilies. It's quick pick up and go. It's great, like you want to like work towards something, but you also want to be watching like, I don't know, YouTube on the side. It's great for that. It's great for multitasking. Aha, but I'm white mage. Outplayed. Did I? No, I didn't flight this. Yeah, 2 or 3 more runs, and I think we've got actually 99 full. Pretty nice. Nice. Though I need them to balance out, because if they don't balance out, there's no reason. It doesn't really benefit me if one of them is at 99, one is at 88. I still have to do it. I have no idea what buttons, healing buttons do on white mage, bro. I'm just pressing whatever it looks like it's healing me, but... I do not see silver. I'm not interested. This is a damage reduction, right? Yeah, it is. Steel would be nice. Let me just check that. Intuition. Bell is OP, but I don't know why, because every time I mouse over it, there's so much text, I don't really read it. I know it's OP though. Like, when this is out, I don't die. I couldn't tell you why, but I don't die. So it's good. It's good, but I don't know why. Every time you get it, it heals you. So like I have to get it or it does nothing. Oh, that's a little treasure room. I have no witching. That seems incredibly dumb if I just run in there and blast, huh? Is there a way I can make this work? Okay, I'll try. I mean, we're still kind of early in this set. We're doing this for fun-ish. I almost didn't make it out. Dude, do your cone, man. Shit. It was okay, I guess. The bird. Kill the bird. That was no steal, by the way. Alright. How do you know the trap is a bomb? Great question. The traps actually look different depending on which type they are. So the landmine is basically a... if you look at the landmine, it's like a square... it's like a square shape. It's very easy to identify it, but you have to know what it looks like. So this is a landmine. This... landmine. Very easy to remember. It kind of looks like a landmine, honestly. That's like a pretty easy one to remember. Alright, triple maze. Classic PT. Yeah, I did have a frailty, so that's fair. Damage was lower because of it. Oh, you're right. I don't even have max hero pull. Well, but I'm kind of close at this point. It's not really a big difference between 90 and 99. But I still would like to have it capped. Because like the day I wake up and I'm like, I want to do a score run. Well, if I don't have 99 hero pull, that idea is dead. You know? So we gotta get this thing capped so that if I ever want to do something spontaneously, I just do it, right? Not having max hero pull is too big of a wall. I just keep picking up shit, bro. Like, see, again, I keep bringing up the tier list. Like, again, I'm running white mage, and I'm like, this is as easy as it was on Machinist. Like, of course, I'm on the earlier floors, but that doesn't really, like, it's not like the difficulty is really gonna increase that much. But in the case of white mage, I do acknowledge it's more difficult if you're gonna be doing AoE pulls. And if you don't do AoE pulls, well then because you're slower, you're risking more telegraph. So then in that case, right? I feel like I can pretty objectively. I can pretty subjectively say that I think white mage is weaker than Picto. Like that's an example where I feel like I'd be pretty confident saying that. But then something like Machinist versus Picto, it's really hard for me to say one is better than the other. It's like if you step on the Lorraine, yeah, sleep is actually really strong. Yeah, I wouldn't say really Machinist has any advantage over Picto specifically, but then if you're able to sleep a pack of monster, like, and maybe that does it, maybe that happens to you once in your run, like there were an entire tier slot above Machinist. Damn you. Let me leave. It's a very big dilemma we're gonna have to solve together in like 30 minutes. Because like, here's what's gonna happen in PT for most people, I would say. Most people that are gonna do this content, they're gonna do the job they like, and they'll be like, wow, my job is great. I'm betting you 95% of people that tier PT, this will be like what happens. So then I fear that they're gonna go to my tier list and they'll see that their job, let's say they're a Dragoon main, they'll see that I put Dragoon below Picto and they'll be like, that makes no sense. But they're not wrong. They're not right, but they're not wrong. Alright, it's Maze again. That guy is blind. I mean, that kind of is how it went for me when I'm doing my blind clear. I did Paladin. I was like, wow, Paladin is great. Then I did 71, 100 on Picto practice, and I was like, wow, Picto's great. Then I did Summoner from 1 to 100, my real life first job, and I was like, wow, Summoner is great. Then I did Dark Knight and a scroll run, and I was like, wow, Dark Knight's great. Then I did Scholar, and I was not like, Scholar is great. So that's one, right? I did not find Scholar great. Well, that's the only one. But to the defense of Scholar, it was less bad than I expected. Like, it wasn't great, but it was better than what I was expecting. I was in my head, I was kind of like looking at it in the terms of VO. I see a silver. You should do a support in the 6 speed with, so you have to order bin the 61 plus. I mean, I could, but again, I'm not really interested. Because I know the build up to 60. Well, not 60. I think the build up to 50 will be very easy anyway. Which in that so in that sense, it's like I'm doing Heaven on High. But then I also know that the end game is a lot worse than Heaven on High. Right? There's not like a lot of value to it for me. The one I had like 80 procs on Stroller at you laughing. Dude, I watched that clip again, and it's funny because I look at my bar and I see like I'm using nothing. Like, I'm using none of my big CDs. God, I suck on Scholar, dude. It's the same on every healer. I just don't know the healing things that well. Even on White Mage, which is my favorite healer. And honestly, one of my favorite jobs in Deep Dungeon, period. What's the tier list about? We're gonna do 2 tier lists. Wow, Oli missed. That's crazy. Sorry, not Oli, but Maze missed on both target. That's crazy. So we're gonna do 2 tier lists. That's bullshit. First tier list is gonna be job tier list for PT. And then the second tier list will be Pomander tier list. Like Pomander design tier list. There's design, like the way I feel about them basically. It's just an excuse to talk about Pomanders. But we're passing it as like a tier list. Purification. You know, it's funny, does Purification, even though it does nothing, I have a lot to say about it. So it's gonna be a pretty exciting pump to when I get to it. Dude. Oh, wait, I can just do this. My flight, man. No, I get less chests. Should have never flighted. So, here's the thing, Roro. You are right. However, I don't think it deserves a Pomander slot. Like you are there will be time where your purification is good, but I don't think it's like, I think it's too specific to require basically a spot for it. Like basically what you're describing is the way we were using Echo Drop in the past, right? So like if they were gonna make purification, in my opinion, it should have just been an item that when you use it, it does something, like it does some kind of downside to you. And then it's like a decision if you're gonna use it or not. But then they totally forgot about items in PT. In fact, you can't even, I tested that yesterday, you can't even Echo Drop the paralyzed debuff that you get on the higher sets. It doesn't even work. They've forgotten about the items. Hey, what's up, Yuna? Oh, I have to do this boss with no bark. Let's just make sure I don't die. Could be a pretty long fight, honestly. Especially because I don't even have capital pull. What you doing? I'm doing Pilgrim's Traverse, the new deep dungeon. I'm just finding my report right now. After that, we're gonna go for some tier listing. But I have to get my pull back because it's like very low. Well, very low. It's not very low anymore, but I put it to 0 yesterday because I was doing a challenge run where I wanted to like basically weaken myself. Dude, Ace is interesting. I like Ace. I honestly like Ace. I know it's weak. I know it's like a very weak buff, but I like the concept of having another buff. I feel like it's nice that we finally have another buff. But definitely it's more built for like the party because it has a... Because it buffs the whole party for 10%. So then in solo it's underwhelming. But I like the concept of having an 8-minute buff. Another one. So a lot of the pumps in PT, the problem is like oh wait, this pattern's fucked up. This is just top left, yeah. Okay. Also an issue with pumps in PT is just like the content doesn't really justify the pumps. So like even though the pumps are maybe in a vacuum not a bad idea, they just don't work well in PT specifically. So then you look at something like purification. It's like, it could be a good idea, but it's like not a good idea in this specific place. So it's gonna be interesting to talk about, I think, for reasons like that. This is such a long fight, dude. Like, I'm so likely to fuck up something because of just how long I'm doing this. That was 26 minutes on a healer. Well, 27 once this guy's dead. Pretty fast. Considering we started with like no pawns. The most dangerous boss to you is 10? I don't know what's the most dangerous boss to me. I almost want to say 90 because 90 I very easily just get distracted on that boss. Yeah, I feel like 90, if I look at every boss and I look at how often did I fuck up a mechanic, 90 is actually the one I fucked up most mechanics. Like it's the one I fucked up the most again because it's the one where usually I'm like not really paying attention to the fight. Like it reminds me a bit of the Evan on High Wolf, you know, but like not as bad, but kind of the same idea where there's only one specific part where you have to pay attention and then the rest you're just kind of like on autopilot. This guy was the hardest. Like this guy is like the magnet boss in Neo basically. It's like he's the one that took me the longest to get down, but then once I have it down, it's whatever, right? Long skill. So in that regard, it's like the magnet boss in Neo, where like he just took me a few more attempts to try to get it going, but once I got it going, well, it's just like the other bosses. $91, $94. Not doing bad. 2 run, pretty sure I'll have it capped. 1 run, maybe. If I'm lucky. I mean, we're not gonna run a healer again anyway. That was just to see what it felt like. Is there something I haven't really ran yet? Not really. I mean, I ran a bad healer, a good healer, range DPS, caster, melee. I've seen every archetype at this point. This... The floor 70 boss scares you the most. What is 70 again? Cyclop, right? Nah, Cyclop is easy. To me it's easy. I don't mind that boss. He's kind of fun in a little bit because if you're playing a melee, you can greed the uptime on the orbs, and it's kind of cool. But it's also like very unnecessary. So, let me run an ad. I'll just go in while the ad's running though. I don't think there's much to see. No, 80 is the bait cat. 80 is the bait cat. Wait, am I right? Yeah. 80 is the bait cat. 70 is the Cyclop. 60 is the one we just fought. I keep hearing ninja is great, but god do I not want to play ninja. No, too complicated. Let's go for like pure brain dead. You just did a Black Mage solo clear where you did all clears on mostly every map, but did not do Lorraine. But the score was like 176 where the top is like 194. Okay, if your score was that low, Aaron, there's like, it's not an RNG thing. Like, there's something you were doing wrong that you probably are not aware. Like, there's probably something that gives you points that you were not doing. Because if you did not do Lorraine but you killed everything, I would expect a score of like 195 or something like that. So first of all, did you do speed runs? So like, did you do any set under 30 minutes? Because if you do a set under 30 minutes, that gives you a plus 15,000 points. And typically the meta, so to say, is to do 5 speed runs. So you speed run from 1 to 50. But then but like when we say that, we imply that you're also killing everything, right? So we're saying basically from 1 to 50, you are killing every monster, but you are also doing the set under 30 minutes. So this way you get 15,000 points times 5. So you get a bonus of 75,000 points. So that's one thing. Now the kill, you know the kills give points, so that's good. We don't need to go over that. Another thing is the reveals give you a lot of points. So whenever you're, like, you see my minimap right now. If let's say I leave right now, let's say the key is open and I leave, I don't just lose the monsters, I lose the reveal bonus, which is actually massive. Every time you reveal the whole floor, you get a bonus of 2,500 points. Yeah, it's probably the most important point thing. So every time you don't reveal the floor, you lose 2,500 points, which is worth like 8 to 9 kills. So to me, if you were not aware of the reveal thing and you were not aware of the speedrunning thing, to me it makes sense that you got that score. Like, it makes sense to me. I do have a guide for you, actually. I have not updated it for PT yet. However, they copy-pasted the scoring mechanic. Like, the whole scoring system is the same. It's not any different. So, like, let me just show you the guide real quick. It's on YouTube, by the way. If you guys are on Twitch, I'm talking about this. That's the guy I'm talking about. But let me just link it on YouTube as well. Oh, I'm not on the YouTube chat. 1 sec. Let me get it up. Get it up. 1 sec. Okay, yeah, that is my scoring guide. So this is not updated for PT, so I don't have like a, let's say, PT specific section. Like basically what I told you about how people like to speedrun 150, etc. That is not in the guide, but like the whole system is the same. So like, if you read just the guidelines at the beginning, that's how it works in PT as well. Like it's no different. Oop, I'm out. So if you read that and you like you're aware of how it works, I think you can easily go get a 1.9. The speedruns are gonna be hard to get used to, but like the rest is not that bad. And Zafir with a Discord plug. Yes. Does anyone know how the reveal bonus works on hidden maps? It actually, it works normally, but you just don't see the map. So let's say right now I had the votive that hides the map, and the map was exactly the way that I revealed it like that. I would not get the bonus, but then if I did actually go in every room, I would get the bonus. I would. Silver. Don't get me too excited. It could not be the pool. No. Fuck that bird, we ate that bird. He's like, you can just barely outrun his things if you're going in a straight line, but it's very tight. I mean, as much as I want to say fuck that bird, he's so squishy that you're just trying to kill him in 2 seconds anyway. At least on a DPS, but even on Dark Knight, I feel like I killed him really fast. Though on Dark Knight, you could also just tank him. So... But that is the most annoying monster early on this set. Yeah. But as you can see, it's not like I'm really respecting that guy too much on Summoner, so... Like, if I had to compare it to Yo, it's like I'm fighting a really easy... it's like I'm fighting a very easy archer run. Archer run being Giga Shaft. Oh my god, give me the pull, dude. That's all I care about. Hold up. Afflu. Alter. Origins. They forgot to put monsters in that room. Can't believe that splash on both. Whatever. I'm not getting very lucky with silvers. I just... Bare minimum is I want to get +3 in my arm, because then if I do, I know in 2 runs I'm guaranteed to be out. But if I'm like actually unlucky and never get armed, I would be at 98 arm and 99 armor. Silver. Oh my god, just keep picking up incense. That's such a first world problem to complain about. I don't want incense, dude. I want eater pull. So many goddamn birds this save file. You know, the Aether Pool POTD thing, it feels amazing, but it is kind of a band-aid. Like, I would have been kind of... It would have been weird if they actually had this in PT. I would rather they just deleted the Aether Pool. I really hope they would have deleted it from PT, and it was just like a different system altogether. You swear incense don't exist in that set normally. Are you sure you're not confusing this set with the one before? Because in this set, they're pretty damn common. Usually. Ooh, close to the wall trap? I've seen that trap before. I've seen that. You definitely don't hit it if you're like on the wall, but it's close enough. Dude, everything is doing... The silvers are giving me every outcome except the one I want. Votive. I didn't even realize this was no one. Well, 14 love to copy paste like an existing system rather than question if that system is even necessary anymore. So I mean, it's not a deep dungeon specific thing. It just happens to happen in Deep Dungeon as well. No one in. Dude. I just want to get it full, man. Stop giving me incense. It's easy enough. I don't need them. Man, this chest so far. I don't know if it's worth it. Wow, double auto. I wish this fire aura did something out of combat. Like, it's nice that they're showing you the reflect mechanic rather than you where it's just like you die when you see it, but I wish it did something a little extra. Ah, the wrong one, man. It's not armor that I need, it's arm. I need 1 proc of arm. 2, if I get 2, I'm done after this save file. If I get 1, I'm done after 2. Yeah, it'd be cool if whenever they're burning up, some like maybe like a little zone around them, but not even that little, like maybe a 10 yalm zone around them was taking for damage or something. That could have been cool. Is a purification pump ever good? Very situationally, maybe it will save you from like a bad debuff. For example, stepping on a silence trap. 98% of the time will not do anything. So to answer your question, no, it is not good. Aw, dude. Damn, I thought I was gonna accidentally pull both and spice it up a bit. It'd be like, you know what, Path of Exile, a game I love too. They always do this kind of like retrospective thing, where wherever there's like a lead or something, they do like a retrospective where they say like, they say how it went, how they felt about it, how they felt about the feedback. It'd be cool to get something like that in 14 too. That's kind of, it's like, you know that we're probably getting nothing about Deep Dungeon, but I don't even mean an update. We're not really getting any word about it too, until the very next one, which would be in 2 years. In 8.3. Like the next time we're gonna hear about Deep Dungeon is probably gonna be 8.3, but before that is, I don't think there's really gonna be a single thing said about it. It'd be nice to get like a retrospective. Like do they think they accomplished their goal? Like how was the reception? Which the Korean team, they do that, by the way. I saw a post of the Korean side of 14 where they had like a whole infograph showing how many people solo cleared like the Deep Dungeon and what classes and what jobs, etc. That was pretty cool. I think it was Korea. It was China or Korea, but I think it was Korea. I need one proc of arm, man. Just one. I swear to God, I have not seen this guy do the Master of Living Donut version in the last 30 ones I pulled. It must be a proximity thing or something. I never see the donut from him ever. It's always the other one. Oh no, I might have to backtrack for that one guy escape. Please. Please don't let me backtrack. Nice. Where are my silvers? Here we do a couple of things really well. For example, patch note, they sometimes have this observe problem, change explanation structure, which is really nice, seeing the thought process. Yeah. I think they do something in 14 for patch notes where they, for like the job changes specifically, they will explain why they're doing them, but they only do that for the job changes, I think. See, we lead in 5 days, by the way. 6 days, 5 days, something like that. I'm definitely gonna play it a lot. In fact, I might even not stream next weekend and play it instead. I have to think about it. Or I might stream PoE period. Why do I always get a poison proof of 59, dude? I don't want one because I always flight it. I'm just saying, we did this, what, 3 times now? I think every single time I picked up 4 or 5 instants. So the sample size is holding up. The theory about you get a ton of instants 51 plus is, it's shaping up right now. Oh, I have a sight. Oh, we got the crab layout. I know that layout. I've seen it in Yo too. So I'm going to be at 95.99. Oh, I should be. The bus gives 4, so I should be fine then. I only need to do one more run. And then we're free. Yeah, Bard is gonna explode. Well, I mean, now this is officially the boss I killed the most there, so... I mean, I guess it's good that you have to farm multiple on the set which has the hardest boss. It's a happy coincidence. Oh, I was the flip. This boss killed your solo run, and a lot of people solo run. In fact, on my first clear, I poison fruited that guy. I kept one specifically in case I would fuck up with mechanic, and I did, so I poison fruited. He's the hardest boss inside, in my opinion. Well, that's a lot faster than a no instance white mage. We're not even gonna see that mechanic twice. Alright, 95, so that is indeed +4, so we just have to do this one more time. Alright, let's just rush it. It's very tempting to just stop and be like, oh, I'll get these 5 8 pulls, in my next run, but nah, fuck that. Because then if I do a challenge from 71, I would still be 5% like weaker, right? So let's just get it out of the way. Let's just go brain dead again. Let's go quick though. Why not? Let's go like slightly less brain dead. Alright. Took so that in total that took like what, 2 hour 50 minutes of grinding, I think, to get back to my pool after doing one full run. Not that bad, honestly. Probably would have been like, I'd say a bit faster if I didn't do like the match 40. Wonder if that tail screw is like heal, where it puts you at 1 HP instead of killing you. I wouldn't be surprised if it does that too. And abracadabra. Life steal. I haven't seen that transformation once. Unlucky. For that chest. Let me just check real quick. Oh wait, no, I don't care about it. I don't care about silvers. Because the boss gives me my pull anyway. The abracadabra is more fun than the votive. Dude, it's so stupid, but I swear when I see the name, it's like, it's the first thing that comes to my mind, man. Because the whole ending of it is like cadabra or something. I swear. It's not my fault. It's the fault of how they named it. Oh, you could call it the abracadabra too. I thought it was just me. Sick. Oh, your English isn't your first language, Velvet, right? Am I right? Yeah. Oh, you're all French, dude. Maybe that's why, because I'm also French. Maybe it's a French thing, bro. By every French person, they just has the abracadabra. So if you're half French and half German, does that mean you talk both language? Like does that mean both of these languages are like your main language? Like you speak both like a native, or is there one that you're like more familiar with? Poison. Dude, Picto is so broken there. It's insane how broken Picto is. Maybe Picto's a cut above the rest. You're so clear with my guide. Hey, congrats, okay? I'm glad the guys were of use to you. Did you go over the big chunky guide or the mini guides? You speak more English than the other two because you only speak German at work, but you have some French contacts to talk so you don't forget it. But like, as you grew up as a kid, did you like, how did your parents handle the, because I assume if you mean you're off, you mean like your dad is like French, but then your mom is German. Like I've always wondered, how do the parents do that? Like let's say I get with a girl and she's like let's say I get with a girl and she's like English, right? And then we have a kid. I don't know, would I teach my child French? I don't know actually. Like I don't like obviously the child I would teach him English because English is like very common, right? And then, you know, if the mother was already English speaking, then of course, but then would I teach my kid French? I wonder. Like, then is that even viable, right? Like, can you even do that? Or then if you do that, do you just confuse the fuck out of your child? Because then now he's trying to learn 2 languages at once. I have no idea. I would, if I had a child and I was with someone that's English speaking, I would definitely teach my child English. And then French would be like a maybe we can do it, you know? I do so much damage on Pito, bro. Jesus Christ. I mean, yes, I have strength, but still. Your coworker is German. Her children were all German, can understand, but don't speak it much. When she speaks to her kids on the phone, she swaps between English and German. It's interesting. I do the same with my brother sometimes. There's sometimes we switch between, or one of my friends we do the same, where like we switch between French and English, but like French Canadian is kind of a special case because like it's kind of very English French combined place, so. Teacher quit both languages, it will help them in the future. Languages just make the word bigger. I mean, as long as it's not like, as long as it doesn't make the child like, because I was thinking maybe if you try and teach him both language, he's gonna get basically confused. Like his brain is gonna just kind of associate both language into one language. Well, if that's not the case, I would teach both language. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind when I find my hot god girlfriend in the near future. Kids learn easy. It's harder when they get older. Oh, don't tell me about it, man. Learning Japanese is hard. It's hard. Wish my mom was Japanese and she taught me Japanese growing up. Hello, bird. Die, bird. Wait, I'm dead. Never mind. Good steal. That is the first time in my life I've ever done a reaction steal in PT or EO. Like, honestly. A steal to survive a telegraph. In fact, that might even have been the first time I do that in Deep Dungeon period. I feel like I've never used a steal as reaction to a telegraph. So cool. There's a first to everything. I've done a steal in reaction to like high autos or like opening a mimic. Well, I done a steal in reaction to a telegraph I'm gonna get hit by. First time. Try to alter. I'm too slow. I shot four gold chests in one room. We got a treasure room at home. Is it gonna be a sub 20 minute? It might be, honestly. I mean, if it's not, it's gonna be damn close. With their Gigan. You're so lost about what to do. The money OPT would be harder. It's very easy. I can tell you after trying to do multiple challenges in it, I mean, it's like I'm a hammer. Like, you know, when you're a hammer, everything is a nail. I think that's kind of what I think that's where I am right now with PT. I don't think it's worth your time to try and find like a way to make it challenging. I think you just have to accept the fact that it is not challenging, and just like be happy with that. Like, I embrace it, because I've been trying to make it challenging, and then there is ways, but it's like super inconvenient. So don't be a hammer. Don't be a hammer. Like, I kind of like you a little bit. It's like, I don't think that having an easy deep dungeon is a bad thing. But it was way easier than I was expecting, even with that in mind. Like, even kind of knowing it was going to be an easy deep dungeon, I was still kind of like, wow, this is really easy. Which again, by the way, being like easy is always a subjective thing. Like it's very easy to me or Velvet because we've done so much deep dungeon. It's like if you walk up to a guy juggling 5 balls, and then you ask him, "Hey, is it easy to juggle 2 balls?" and he tells you yes. It doesn't mean it's easy to do it for you. It means it's easy to do it for him. And of course, it's easy for him to juggle 2 balls if he juggles 5. So it's kind of the same principle there. Because dude, I had a comment on one of my YouTube videos that was like trying to guilt trip me into making them feel like their achievement was worth nothing because I said it's easy. That's actually toxic. If you say something like that, you're actually toxic. No offense. Well, like kind of offense, man. Like, of course it's subjective. Like, of course it's subjective. I forgot what I was talking about. Also forgot I had these things to use. Let's just use poison fruit. Wow, the pull still pulled me in through the invuln. This invuln is fake. It's like it is an invuln, but you still get every debuff on you. 98. The game is really taunting me, man. It's trying to give me the eater pull, and but then I still have to kill the boss to like lock it in. Yeah, you can get touched through the invuln. You can get transformed through the invuln as well. Like if you step on a transformation trap, you get transformed. I did the same as you, Velvet. I did when I failed my scroller score run, I started a scroller run at 71 just because I kind of wanted to see what it was like, and I very easily made it to the end. But that's kind of what I mean by like when you're hammer, everything's a nail, because like you're seeing it through the lens of the instance timer is what matters, but then it's not really built around it anymore. So then in your head you're like, wow, this place is a joke because I have 30 minutes left on the boss, but they're not really balancing it like that. It's the timer is just kind of there, but like it's not really the point of it. Like you have to think of it in terms of like, oh, I solved all the mechanics, got to the end, and then I successfully did the boss, right? The timer, it's not really something anymore. It's there, but it's kind of like grandfathered in, you know? Like it's there because it's there. $61.80 is the hardest part of the run, yes. Definitely. I mean, but EO was kind of similar in that regard. Like that's not new to PT. That was in EO as well. Goodbye, treasure room. It was nice not having to interact with you. PT, like, here's the thing with PT. It is like a great first time experience. I think it's not a very replayable deep dungeon though. I think what's gonna happen is after like 1 or 2 months, it will die down, as it should, because every content dies down after a while. But I think you're not really going to have like a like you know in EO it died, but then you still had, let's say, a very like you had a bunch of people that played it over and over, and then they did that until PT release. I don't think you're gonna get that in PT. I think when it dies, I think it's gonna like die, like dead. Like no one does it for. Well, I mean, people are still gonna do it, but I don't think there's gonna be like a community that's grinding it out. Is what I mean. Now I don't know how much is gonna die from like the casual perspective though. I don't know. Let's say match party. I don't know if that will die. This one, I don't know. I mean, specifically the soloing, let's say, community, right? I think the soloing community, PT will die. It will crash and die as soon as, like, the hype goes away. Walls. Walls are OP. Oh, we're on the last floor. Dude, it's almost a sub 20. Not quite, but it was close. Apparently this is a donut. This move is like a little donut with the back safe area, but that donut looks so small that I'd rather just go behind every time. Oh, let's just leave. Alright, beautiful. Cap, finally. As long as I don't screw up the boss. What mob in PT do I think are the most players kill so far? Rock Slide Guy. No contest. I think not even close to being another one that would kill more people. Like a telegraph that is deadly, except if you're a tank, and is not telegraph until it happens, and then is a shape that's very underused and in general. Like frost shape is rare. That shit's gotta be killing people all the time, dude. Even in a group, I bet it's killing people all the time. Oh, but okay, but yeah, if you're thinking of it in terms of where people are likely to start the run, you might be right though. Like that might make it so it's a different thing. I get in my head, I was thinking of it purely from starting at 1. I mean, 71. If we're thinking that people start at 71, it's probably the water guy. Yeah, I would think it's the water guy personally. Bard. Spine shot and ass shot. The combo. Time to draw. I destroyed that guy way faster than Summoner, man. It's not even close. Alright. We're capped. We're done. Now I'm finally ready to do whatever run I want to do next time. Yes. I'd say we're very unlikely to trade the Eater Pool again. I didn't feel like the Eater Pool thing was really worth the time. So probably this pretty number is going to stay at 99 forever. The same way it sits at 99 in all my other deep dungeons. But we did get the weapon from it though. We did get the weapon. My Charlotte cosplay is now a little closer. Still the wrong color though, but we're a little closer. Alright, so now we can finally begin tier list Sunday. So I wanted to make 2 tier lists. I want to make a job tier list, which I'm still not sure how I'm gonna do it, but we'll figure it out. And then I want to do a Pomander tier list after that. Or you know what? Maybe I do them in the other order. I feel like we do the Pomander tier list first. Yeah, I think we'll do the Pomander tier list first. Yeah, okay, let's do it that way. So I'm just gonna be right back, take a short break. And then once I'm back, yeah, we're gonna go into just chatting. The just chatting tier list segment, so get ready. I'm back. Cat intruders in my room. I'm just gonna see if he can stay inside, but he's likely to get kicked out. Okay, well, okay, let me start setting this up before we switch over. You're excited to see the job changes. Wait, I saw the thing you're looking forward to is them changing a lot of the jobs in 8.0. I feel like people were saying the same about 7.0. I feel like when we were in 6, people were saying like, oh, they said they're gonna change the jobs to 7.0, and then I feel like they're saying the same in 8.0. So I don't know if they're doing it. Sorry, I had to remove my cat from the premise. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get job changes. I'm optimistic, but well, I'm not. I'm pessimistic, but It'd be a nice surprise. Okay, where the hell does anyone have that link to the tier list of Pomander? I know it was somewhere in the Angelus Discord. I mean, I can probably find it. Pomander tier list. Ah, there it is. From Rin. Alright. I got the goods. Chrome. History. Sorry, Bang, bang. Fearless Maker. How the fuck am I getting as? Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong thing. One sec. Rome. That's better. Alright, let's change the stream title. And then set this up properly. Pomander. Pomander's 2M, right? No, it's 1M. Pomander Fearless. Okay, let's switch that. Web browser. Oh, that was my secret project yesterday. Don't look at this. You didn't see nothing. You're gonna see that on YouTube in the month. Alright. Browser. Noted. Whew, good thing it wasn't a notepad full of like the bad shit I've said about all the content creators. Lucky. Okay. Okay, so I think I want to rank. I think I want to rank the palms by like their design. Like I don't want to go by power because that's just boring. Like everyone knows my Magic gonna be at the top. Everyone knows Intuition will be at the bottom. It's kind of boring. I want to rank them by just how I feel about them in general. So I will go by design. So of course it's a masterpiece, or it's. I think we need another section too. So let's add one. It's a masterpiece. It's a great idea. It's a does its job. It's something. Lame. Why? Masterpiece, great idea, does its job, it's something. Lame, why? Something like that. This should be green. This should be yellow. Okay. Presentation mode. Alright, then we're ready. I'm not gonna lie, I always mix up alter and flight. So when we get there, we'll cross that together. Okay, so safety. Okay, one second. Let me close my game. It's annoying me. Right. There's that. Actually, someone was like doing an emote there or something. Okay, safety. So safety, what it does, it removes every trap that's currently on the floor. And when I say trap, I mean it's like the traps, like the physical floor traps. I always thought safety might have been cooler if it was more like the trap included mimics. Because then it would have been cool to have a Pomander where you can actually not, like, you can guarantee don't get mimicked for a specific floor, right? Because otherwise it's really out of your control. And also safety is kind of like let's say it has like a special role in Heaven on High where you kind of need it for a specific situation, including like involving big rooms. You don't need it, but like you really want to have one for it if possible. So in that sense, it's like it's nice. I think it's nice actually that it's important in Heaven on High. I don't really mind the concept of a palm that's like very important to have at specific times, because then that means whenever you use it out of that situation, you're taking a risk, right? You're like, oh, I want to get the power of that palm right now, but then I acknowledge the fact that maybe later on it's gonna screw me over. So you know, I think safety, it's beyond does its job. I think it's a great idea, but like I wouldn't say it's a masterpiece, because like I said, I think they could have explored the whole like preventing a mimic from appearing aspect more. And then if it wasn't for Heaven on High, I might have actually put it lower, but I feel like the fact that in Heaven on High it's the same palm, but it has like a different use. I really like that. So it's like different, but because the deep dungeon is different. And then if we just briefly encroach on like scoring and like let's say challenge runs, safety is also kind of like a hidden time gain in a way, because then if you're able to run in the middle of the rooms, then it's not as bad. Then it's like a time gain, you know, even though it doesn't say like you gain 20 seconds when you use it, you kind of do just from that. So overall, I think it's a great pump. Sight is like a better safety. It's well, not in every single circumstance. Like Heaven on High, for example, it is not a better safety, but it is most of the time a better safety. So instead of making the traps go away, it reveals the traps on the floor. Now, of course, this has a lot of like implications, because if it reveals the traps, that means you can use them to your advantage. Like there's whole metas and strategies built around the site. Now, the thing I mentioned about the mimic of safety is kind of like affecting the site a bit too, because safety doesn't do anything for mimics. I feel like it's very similar to sight. Like it really makes the safety feel like a worse sight, you know. But I think that I can really subtract points from both palms just for that fact alone. Like this is kind of the safety problem. It's not really sight's problem if safety doesn't do more than what it does, right? Like at the sight, I mean, I like to imagine a deep dungeon without sights. There would be so much less cool things you could do. I mean, in my opinion, it has to be a masterpiece. Like, I could not imagine a deep dungeon without sight. I really could not. Like, I feel like it's too important for making plays. It's too, like, it's super specialized. It's reveals the floor. So, like, there's a lot of, like, decision making about when you're gonna use a sight. Like, you can use it in so many ways. It's like, oh, I want to get the reveal because I want to see where the chests are. I want to get the reveal because I want to get a score. Oh, I want to know which direction to go first. Oh, I spawn into like a 3-way and I want to know like which one's a dead end. Like there's so many ways to use a site. So many ways. It's probably one of the best designed palms. Like this is just a great palm. Strength. So strength increases your damage and healing by 30% for 8 minutes. So there's like this category of palms that I've always really liked. I call them like palms that put an effect on you. I mean, I call them that. That's literally what they do. They put an effect on you. Now, the thing that's cool about this is if it puts an effect on you, it means you can carry it between floors. Like it's not... Most palms, they do like a thing on a floor, and then that's kind of it, right? So then it's going to do something on the next floor, or it's going to do something on your floor. But like what I like about strength and all the palms like strength is that it's like an 8-minute duration buff on you, so then you can use it when you're transitioning to a different floor, but then you're like doing it with the purpose of having the effect active on multiple floors. I always thought it was great. I mean, you know, in general, strength, it's not like the strength is doing anything crazy. It's just giving you damage, but I don't really like think it's doing anything wrong. Like, I feel like it's good that you have a palm that is just giving you damage. Like, there's like a million ways to use that palm. It's useful for so many situations. Like, if we're talking PTD Heaven on High, you might use a strength because you don't want to burst a monster before it kills you. Like, if you're pulling a monster that you know has a very threatening, let's say, rotation, but 10 seconds into the fight, then maybe you pull a strength and you try and kill it before that. Thinking on New People Warrior, for example. You can pre-strength a floor that you know, like, that you flighted, because maybe then if it's a no item or something, you can, you know, power through it. Now, a lot of these palms are like so this is a bit hard, right? Because a lot of these palms, like, it's like in a vacuum they're great, but they're not that great in specific deep dungeons. Which kind of brings me to my next palm, Steel. Like, Steel is basically exactly what I said about Strength, all the same things, except this time it's giving you a 40% damage reduction buff. So, like, in a vacuum, I can't really not put Steel in Masterpiece. Like, because it's the same as Strength, it's just the defensive version. I will say, though, Steel is incredibly... It's like lost all its value in EO and PT. So, like... But, like, is that the palm's problem? Like, is that the problem of Steel? Like... That, so I'm a bit conflicted, because that makes me not, like, this almost makes me want to put the Steel in does its job, but it's really because it's specifically not that great in the last two deep dungeons. Like, the palm itself is a masterpiece. Like, it makes sense that you have a defensive palm, right? So I think I'll make the decision that I'm ranking the palms more in a vacuum way. So, like, just like their use and whatever. So even though the Steel, it really does not merge, it doesn't really fit in EO and PT. In my opinion, Steel should be gone from them. Like, it should have been replaced by something else, because it just doesn't work in those places. But despite that, I think the palm overall is a masterpiece for all the same reasons as Strength, except it's the defensive version. Like, Nevermind PTD, your whole life can be based around Steel. It's that good. It's like the Strength. It's like the better Strength. But if you're a tank, it's the opposite. And if you're a tank, Strength is the better Steel, right? So I think it's very interesting. Affluence. So Affluence, it makes it so your next floor has an extra amount of chests added, 2 to 3 new chests. I mean, it's an interesting concept. It's basically you find a palm that is actually 2 or 3 more things, but delayed by, like, a floor, right? There's some strategy with Affluence. Mostly, it's going to be, do you use it as the same time as a flight? So you can check more chests, but there's less monsters on the way of the chest. I don't think it's particularly interesting, and I will say... They have never confirmed or denied if it increases the rate of treasure rooms. So like, there's kind of an element of mystery to it, which in that case, I think it brings the palm down. Because it's like, no one can agree about if it does double treasure room rate or if it doesn't. Like, no one can agree about it, because we don't know. I mean, Affluence is something. Like, it's fine. Like, but if, let's say, the next deep dungeon did not have an Affluence, I would be like, okay. Like, I wouldn't really feel anything about it. It's interesting that it basically lets you get chests like delayed, you know, like you're delaying the chest acquisition. But it'd be more interesting if you could make a decision about it. Like, for example, use an Affluence, and then you have to choose a color of chest or something. So then it's like, oh, well, I want to made sure I use it for silver chests on like a specific set, and then but I want to maybe I want to use it for bronze chests, like, well, not bronze, not a good example, but like maybe you don't want to use it on gold chests for like another floor or something. Now even that I don't think is that great of an idea, but I think it should do more, or it should have more of a decision associated with it. So, flight. This is flight. I'm pretty sure this is flight. Flight also suffers a bit from affluence in the sense that it's like very unclear what it does when you read it. Like you actually just have to know. And it has the same treasure room thing that no one can agree on. So that's definitely taking points away from it. What it does is the next floor, you need to kill less monsters, but there's also less monsters. And then if you want like to know exactly what it's doing, it's making it so you need there's twice as less monsters rounded up, and there is twice as less kills needed rounded up. So generally on most sets, that means instead of having 2 to 3 monsters in each room, you'll have 1 to 2 monsters in each room. So it cuts them by 33%. And then for like the kill count, it's cutting it by 50% plus, and then it's rounding up, right? So like if you needed 7 kill, well now you need 4, basically. Flight is okay. I like flight. Like if we're thinking of it as a next floor, no Pomander, compared to affluence, I like flight much more because there's a decision making with it. Because like for example, if I'm on a floor and the floor is I'm just done with the floor, and then I notice that I still have a 4 minutes of steel on me, then maybe I decide to flight because I'm like, oh, I want to make sure I get through the next floor as quickly as possible in case it's a no item, right? So there's a decision making. There's definitely a decision making. Now someone mentioned that flight, is it worth it to use it on a score run? Generally no. So like there is like so like in that specific instance it's kind of a dead bomb, which is a shame. It has its moments sometimes in a score run, but it's much more rare. I mean generally it does its job. I wish, like, let's say flight, it clearly said what it does. I think great idea. Which honestly, I think I'm gonna rename this to Great Execution. I think it would be Great Execution if it's like, if it was clear what it does, but because it's kind of like vague. In fact, I don't even think the tooltip tells you that it's cutting the kills by half. I think the tooltip says something like there's less monsters next floor or something, right? Which by itself, that doesn't even sound that great. It's the cheat. It's the cheat cutting that's great about the flight. It does its job. It does its job. Like I'd be a bit sad to see it go away, but like it's the kind of bomb that I feel like they should just make it more clear what it does, and I would instantly like it way more. I don't know. I think it's fine there. Like I definitely like it more than Affluence, but I definitely like it less than the safety. Okay, Altar. Altar is like a flight, but it's way more interesting because Altar suffers from the same kind of unclear problem, but I think the Altar is a bit more like you don't really know what it does, and then you kind of realize it after you use it a few times, right? Altar is like a flight, but it's way more interesting because it makes it so a room on the next floor becomes either mimics or corrigens, and then the implication there is if it's corrigens, it's basically a flight effect, but slightly better because you get more chests from it as well, but then also harder to utilize because you have to physically find the corrigens. But then there's also there's an element of you can just like get the ultra gumbo, or like you can hit bait because then maybe it's a treasure room of corrigens, right, which instantly refills all your bombs, like not all of them, but like it gives you a shit ton of pickups and the floor was free, right? So there's so many layers to this. It's like use an Altar and there's so many things that can happen. Like maybe you don't even find the room, right? Like maybe it's so out of the way you don't find it. Maybe you do a conceal if you're in Heaven High because you want to find the room faster. Maybe you flight with the Altar because you're like, because you want to put, like generally you don't fly with an Altar, but that's also a decision you could do because like maybe Maybe you have like 2 minutes of steel and you're like, I really have to make sure that if it's an autumn, I can make it through, right? So then I'm gonna gamble, you know, I'm gonna try and get a Corrigan, a flighted Corrigan, and then I'm out in like a kill after the kill and the 2 Corrigans. I think it's a very interesting pump. Like, it's definitely at the minimum great execution. I'm trying to think, how could they make the altar better? I don't really know if they could make it better. Like, I think it's a great bomb that is like risky or very rewarding in like so many ways. It's a masterpiece. I think it's a great bomb. I'd be very sad if altar was gone. Now, I will see, this is again specifically, if we're talking specific deep dungeons, it's like I wouldn't really call the altar a masterpiece if we're thinking of PT and EO, because then in these places you don't really give a shit if you get mimics. So then there's not really a risk reward thing going on there. But then if I'm thinking more of like where it's, in my opinion, applied well, so even I and PUTD, I mean, there's definitely times in PUTD where I use an altar and I was like, that was a mistake. But then there's definitely times where I use an altar and I like got a treasure room of Guardians and I was like, holy shit, my run's back. You know, like my run's saved. So when it's used properly, I think it's a masterpiece. I think overall this is a greatly designed pump. Purity. So Purity, the only thing it does is it removes the pox debuff on you, which you can get by just failing to interrupt or stun a mimic, or if you don't have a stun or an interrupt, or it's a gold mimic which you can only interrupt, then you just get it, right? So like Purity is basically your only way to deal with it. It's not a bad idea, but I think it could do more than just that. I like the concept of like there is some decision making about when you're going to remove your pox. That is a decision you have to make. Like classic example is let's say you want to double dip a rage, but then you have 1 purity left, and then you're like, should I purity the pox away and then, you know, double dip my rage? But then if I do that and then I get another mimic, well, that means I have a 10-minute where I can't really rage, right? So there's some decision making with it, but it's still kind of lame. Like I feel like there's gonna be a pump we get to later, which I think could be Purity, but more interesting, right? But Purity overall, I think it's kind of a lame. It's like it's a necessary evil if you want to have an interesting pox debuff, but the fact it just does that is, I think it's not enough. I think it doesn't make it that interesting. So this is Fortune. Fortune is like Affluent's way cooler cousin. So Fortune is kind of the same idea as an Affluent, except Fortune, you decide, it's like Affluence, you just do it and it's not really in your control, like if it was a good idea or not. At most you can flight with it and then that's it, right? Then you can maybe check more chests with less things in the way. Fortune, you actually do decide when you use it, so it's like a great thing to use if you know you're gonna be killing other monsters, which sometimes you know that you will because you're gonna use a floor wipe or rage or something. Sometimes you don't think you're gonna kill a monster and then you're going through the floor and then suddenly you see a treasure room and you're like, oh, okay, it's time to Fortune. Sometimes you're just like, you know you need pickups, you're like, okay, I'm gonna Fortune despite it not being a good time, right? So there's a bit of a risk there. Now, of course, people are like, oh, Fortune sucks because it didn't give me anything this time, right? Or like it's unreliable, but being unreliable it's not a bad thing. I think it's a great thing. I think Fortune is great the way it is. The more it's not reliable, you're gonna get no shit sometimes. Like you're just gonna get nothing sometimes, but then other times you're gonna get like 5 gold chests in 10 monsters, and 2 of them are gonna give you like a rage, and you'll be like, wow, that was sick. And I think it's more interesting than an Affluence in general, like because the Affluence is very consistent. You get 2 or 3 chests next full, right? Very consistent. Fortune is a lot more YOLO. Which I think is a very nice thing. I wouldn't call it a masterpiece. I wouldn't call it a masterpiece, if only because it's not really clear what the drop rate increase is. Like, you have to know it's 12%. It's a flat 12%. But, like, it's not that far, honestly. Like, I feel like Fortune is almost like Strength Steel. Like, it's kind of the same as a Strength Steel. It's like, it does something very simple, but it makes perfect sense. Like, it doesn't need to do something complicated. Like, you know, these three palms, Strength, Steel, Fortune, are basically a simple idea that fits perfectly. Like, it doesn't need to do anything different. Witch Chain. Okay, Witch Chain is a bit janky, especially when, like, a staircase is involved. But what Witch Chain does is it transforms every monster around you in a pretty wide range into one of 3 transformations. A frog that does basically no damage and can't cast abilities. A chicken, which does a little bit of damage and cannot cast any abilities. And an imp, which does a fair amount of damage but also cannot cast any abilities. So it's like, it's your emergency button. If you're ever in a situation where you're like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, that's like your most emergency button you have. And then there's RNG to it, because then depending on how many of each transformation you have, it doesn't always lead to the same, let's say, like you're not gonna resolve the situation the same way every time. Like, for example, let's say I'm fighting a Mimic already, and let's say I'm in Heaven High 94, I get a Mimic, and then I fight the Mimic, and then as I'm fighting the Mimic, because I want to go fast, I open another gold chest, and then it's also a Mimic, and then I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna Witch in, right? Well, now if these 2 Mimics are like a frog and a chicken, it's fine. You just finish the first Mimic, then you keep going. If these 2 Mimics are like 2 imps, like, it's not really the same. Like, now you might have to actually kite them around, and then if you're a melee, well, now you can't even kill both of them. You might Witch in again. You might, like, kite around until your bloodbath's back up. You might try and, like, make it so they get back into their Mimic form, but then go when they go for Death Trap instead. So it's, I think it's a pretty cool Pomander. Yeah, of course, you can also use the Witching offensively. It's a great panic button, but that doesn't mean you can't plan to use it. So let's say there's a room with like 5 monsters, and then you know you're like, you would kill these monsters in 30 seconds, but you're not doing it because their abilities are too threatening or their damage too threatening. Well, now you can use a Witching and do that, right? So, and Witching, also another thing that's cool about it is because it's a like very quick, you know, take control of the situation button. What that means, if you have a Witching, you can take more risk. Because, like, for example, if I don't have a Witching, I probably don't want to take a risk. But then if I have a Witching, then maybe I'm willing to take more risk. And then I know that if it doesn't pay off, I can always Witching, right, and fix it. And then once I have no more Witchings, I have to, like, play more careful. It's janky. It's a bit janky. It's a bit of a janky pump. I think I forgive it. I think it's a masterpiece despite the jank. Like, you're gonna be using Witchings all the time. It's one of the palms. This is one of the palms that I feel like there's the biggest difference between an unexperienced player and an experienced player. Like, I feel like there's a lot of skill expression with Witching. Like, you can do so much with a Witching. So much. There's so many ways to do something with a Witching. It's a great pump. It's a masterpiece, in my opinion. Serenity. Serenity is like, it's a very important Pomander. What Serenity does is it removes every enchantment on the current floor. Again, a bit of a modern design Deep Dungeon problem is that doesn't really mean anything in PT and EO. But it's extremely important in Heaven High and PUTD. It's a bit like Steel, where you might base your entire strategy around it. Like, you might base your entire strategy around how many Serenities you have left. Like, I would say in PUTD and Heaven High, you're probably, most of your decision making is probably going to be around how many Serenities you have in general. Like I said, I don't have any issue with a Pomander that is, let's say, necessary. Now, are you gonna get a run one day where you would have needed 5 Serenities, but unfortunately you only ever found 3, and then there was absolutely no way you would ever clear? It's gonna happen. Do I think it's a problem? I actually don't think it's a problem. I think sometimes you just get a run that wasn't meant to be. I have no issue with that. That's it. That is not as true in EO and PT. So, you know, if you dislike that concept, well, then you would prefer EO and PT because they don't really have this whole like orangey thing that's gonna prevent you from winning. Now, could Serenity be more interesting? I don't know. Like, maybe there could be a way to only remove the bad enchantments, but I don't dislike the idea that you're wiping off every enchantment, including all the bad ones and all the good ones. Like, it happens sometimes that you have, like, let's say a sprint and a gloom, and you're like, well, I like the sprint, but I also like the gloom. Sorry, I don't like the gloom, you know? That happens sometimes. Or like sometimes you want to keep the sprint a little bit into the floor, and then once you know what's up, then you Serenity and remove everything, right? I honestly think it's like, I mean, it's weird calling it a masterpiece. I didn't praise the Serenity that much, but I like in kind of in the same vein as the Steel and the Shrine. Just think it does the job it needs to do, and that's it. Like it's actually a very simple Pomander when you think about it. It just removes the enchantment. But then think of a ward without a Serenity, how much it would suck. Like it's like you need the Serenity. Like it's so important. It doesn't function if you don't have a Serenity. At least in 2T, it didn't have an eye. It wouldn't really function without that Pomander. So. And like there's a bit of an interesting optimization with Serenity if you're doing scroll runs, because then enchantments are worth points, so then you do have to decide like, am I removing them or not? I think it's a masterpiece. Intuition. So intuition is weird. It doesn't do anything to contribute to your run, but it makes it also that you basically get value out of your run by doing things in your run that have a risk, right? So if you go for like the intuition bag, it's like a beam of light. And then if you go for it, you will get a bag, but that bag does nothing for you in your run. But the bag, when you finish your set, you like keep it outside and then you get like things worth money inside of it, right? And then why there's a risk is because the beam of light, it's usually in another room, which means like if you go there, there's a bigger risk because there might be traps. So like there might be monsters around, right? I think it's a good idea. It's a good idea to have a Pomander that has a risk. I don't mind it. However, I think it could. I don't think because it does that, it means it can do nothing. Like I feel like they could have had the same beam system, except there's also some kind of in-game advantage of using an intuition, and then maybe they could have made it so that you decide which one you want, right? So I always thought, for example, intuition could be a buff on you, and then that buff lets you, it's the same beam of light thing, but then there's also another thing where if you open a gold chest and it would be a mimic, the intuition tells you. Like you lose the intuition buff, but then there's a chat message that says something like, you sense something is amiss in that chest, and then it's like, oh, so that's a mimic. I always thought intuition could have had this kind of effect while also keeping the beam of light, right? So then maybe there'd be kind of a thing where you're like, oh, I'm not gonna check that many chests while I have the intuition buff, because then I want to make sure I grab like the beam of light or something. Like whatever the effect would be, I do think it could have an effect in addition to the out of the deep dungeon effect it has, right? So it's something. It's something. I don't think it's lame because I do think the risk reward is like an interesting concept. Like if you let's say the intuition, the way it works is you just use it and you got a bag, it would be like why, right? But the fact that you have to go out of your way for the bag, I've never been too against the idea. I just think it could do more. Raising, dude, raising is like, I feel like people don't agree about raising. The way I see raising is it's. Well, what raising does, first of all, it makes it so that if you die, you revive on the spot. Which usually lets you pick it up, but not always, right? Not always, but it usually is gonna let you pick it up from where you left off. But there's definitely situations where you just die anyway, right? Like if you run in the middle of a treasure room and then you die, well, as soon as you raise, everything pulls right away, right? So it's not like a free revive, but it's usually gonna just let you go back from where you were. Now when you die, you lose all your existing buffs and you get a 2-minute weakness, which just makes you do less damage. So it's like there's a cost associated with a raising. You don't just die and like lose nothing, right? Like you do, there's a cost, and if you die on the boss, it also resets the boss. So like if you did 80% of the health of a boss and you die, you have to do the whole thing again. So raising, I mean, you could find it lame because you could see it as like, oh, it's just like a reset. You know, it's just like, oh, you get to try again. I think it's a little more nuanced than that, because I feel like raising, when it's up, you can take bigger risks. So like there's a bit of like a, how would I explain it? It's like when your raising is active, maybe you'll never use it. Like maybe you won't die, right? Also, sometimes I should mention the raising only applies on the set you're on. Like, see, if I use a raising, it's because it's only on this set, and once the set is over, it goes away. You don't like keep it the whole time. So then if I have a raising on let's say 161 to 117 PTD, maybe I never die, right? And then you might look at it as like, oh, that palm was wasted because I never used it. But I don't really see it that way. Because if you have a raising up, you're gonna take more risk, because then there's less of a, well, there's not as much of a negative. Like if I take a risk without a raising and I die, I lose the whole thing. If I take a risk with a raising, I just get to go again, right? So I think it's interesting. I think it's an interesting concept. I do think that it could be more, like, it could do more. Like, how would I describe, like, I feel like it could be more tailored to Deep Dungeon. I always thought it was weird the way it works. Sorry, because it like revives you, but like on the spot, it gives you like the regular invuln buff, but then if you use a Pomander, you lose the buff instantly. So then it's like a bit scuffed. Then it resets the boss, which like, is that fair? Like, does that really make sense? Like, I don't know. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But I feel like it does its job. I like the fact that it changes your playstyle. It should. Like maybe you use it and you don't change your playstyle, but it should. Like you should not be playing as risky when you have a raising. Sorry, when you don't have a raising, than when you have one. There's also something you can also use it like strategically. You can sack yourself. Let's say you open a mimic, and then you're like, I really don't want to get a pot, so like you let the mimic kill you, and then you revive, and you keep going, right? You can also use it to get past the treasure room. It has strategic value. Let me put it that way. How would I feel if there was no raising the next Deep Dungeon? I feel like I would miss it, honestly. But I also feel like if they reworked it into something that's more, let's say, like fitting in Deep Dungeon, I would also be like really in favor of it. I feel like I have to compare it to the other like commanders. Do I like raising more than half ones? Absolutely. Do I like it more than flight? Absolutely. So it has to be in great execution. Do I like it more than witch chain, altar, serenity, steel, strength, sight? No. I think it's probably a great execution. Which is kind of funny that I feel like I should talk it a lot, but like honestly, I look at this and I feel like, yeah, fortune raising, sight, feel like they're all like pretty well designed. I do think it could be a little more. That's the only thing. I feel like it could be more tailored to Deep Dungeon in general. What the hell is this? Is this Lust? Is this Lust? This thing? I think it is, right? I never realized it's pink. I'm pretty sure that's Lust. Yeah? Okay. Lust. Lust, dude. Damn, Lust is fun, man. It's so janky, though, but it's fun. Lust transforms you into a succubus for like the next minute. So it's a duration transformation. Lust is janky, bro. Like Lust, you have one ability, which is an AoE vulnerability that actually does a lot of damage when you apply it, but it's also a vulnerability. So most people would tell you that the use of Lost is you get to a boss, you put 5 stacks, and that's it. But Lost is so much more than that. Lost is insane in AoE pulls if you can set it up. Lost also, it benefits from like your job's abilities, but only the ones that are like passive or like you can activate before. So like the classic example is, you know, Red Mage has this thing where whenever you use a spell, the next spell is an instant cast. Well, that also works in Lost. You know how like Monk has a faster GCD? Well, that applies to Lost as well. Now Black Mage has this thing where if you do a fire spell but you're in ice mode, it has a faster cast. That also applies to Lost. So like there's all these little like very specific things that just work. And then if you're a healer, you can like shield yourself, heal yourself, put like healing over time effects on you. If you're a tank, you can pop defensives. Hell, you can even pop your Dark Knight in Vuln and then die during Lost, but then because it's a spell, it would still proc the Living Dead healing. Like it's a very, this is, I said Witching is like a very skill, like it's a very like there's a big difference between someone that doesn't know how to like optimize a lot using a Witch Chain versus someone that knows how to optimize the Witch Chain. Lost is even more true. Like the difference between someone that's just using Lost on the bosses and someone that's using Lost on like AoE pulls is like, it's a huge difference. Like a Lost could be as quick as a Rage, if not faster in certain situations, right? And then Lost, you can use it. I mean, obviously it works well with Steel and Strength as it boosts your defensive or its damage. Works well with a Witch Chain. Like it's a sick. Let me put it that way. I wish we had Lost in every deep dungeon. I really wish. Like I wish we had this in every deep dungeon. It's a shame that this is only in PUTD because I think it's a great pump. It's a mess. I'm sorry, but it's janky. I know it's janky. I know it's janky. I know you don't get that excited when you see a Lost. Often, even me, right? Sometimes I'll check a chest. I'm like, it's a Lost. I'm like, okay, right? But it's such a great, like, there's so much to do with Lost. I'm a big fan. So next one would be a Rage. Rage is basically like Lost. It's a 1 minute transformation, except Rage is much more straightforward. Rage, you become a Manticore, which one-shots any monster it slaps. Now the catch is you have to physically go near the monster and slap it. And then there's a specific enchantment that prevents you from doing the one-shot, right? I don't think the enchantment is that interesting. It's like, it's there. It can like kind of like be annoying if you're gonna do a double dip. A double dip is when you use a transformation to basically do a floor, but then you leave the floor still transformed to do the rest of it, which is also something you can do on Lost, by the way. So that applies to Lost as well. But usually you see it more on Rage. So like, yes, the enchantment that prevents the Rage from killing anything in one shot, it is there. I think it's like relevant, but it's not really, doesn't really impact the mind jumping of the palm too much. Rage is, I think Rage is a great palm. The way it's designed, this floor is kind of free-ish palm, but it's not like, it's not that free. I think if you look at like a new player trying to do endgame PUTD, you would see a massive amount of people that die during a Rage. Because Rage, it gets you, man. Rage, it makes you think you're safe, but you're not. Like, that's the thing. Rage is incredibly powerful, but it's so risky too. Like, you can very easily just kill yourself during a Rage. I mean, classic example is you have a Rage, you don't have a Steel, and you're online on the 187 of PUTD. And then you walk into a room that has, let's say, a worm. Like, there's like a worm, a Gorm coming towards you, and a Flood Dragon. Well, now you might think, oh, I'm just gonna Rage, walk up to them and slap them. But you can't do that. Like, maybe it worked, but you can't do that and expect to survive. You have to, like, be technical. So it's probably gonna be, okay, I'm gonna walk towards the room, bait the worm doing the pillar on me. In case it crits, then, okay, it didn't crit me. Okay, now I'm gonna walk forward. I'm gonna hit the Garm. Okay, now the Garm's dead. Now there's a Flood Dragon and a worm. Okay, I know the worm is sound, so then I'm gonna walk towards the worm and swipe it. Because if I run towards it, well, keep in mind, I'm already low from the worm. I'm at like 30% HP. So then if I run to the worm, I might just get one shot, right? So then you walk to the worm, you swipe it. Okay, no, you just... No, you made sure you didn't hit any luring. Because if you hit a landmine or luring, that's really bad, right? And then there's only a Flood Dragon remaining. So then you're still low. So then you're gonna run to the Flood Dragon, probably try and go behind him and slap him, right? And it's this whole process. Like, we're gonna talk about more Pomanders that have the same effect of killing every monster on the floor. But I think out of all of them, Rage is the most interesting because it's the most, like, easy to screw up. Like, it makes the floor free-ish, but, like, it's just ish because you can easily just fuck it up. Obviously, after praising that pump so much, I'm gonna put in Masterpiece. I think it's a fantastic pump. It's a fantastic Pomander. Again, it's a Pomander that if it was in every deep dungeon, I would not even feel bad. Like, I would love to have it in every deep dungeon. It's very interesting. A side note, I think Rage could have more than one ability. Like, I wish they did a spin on Rage that's like the same, but it has like more to it. Which they tried to do that with a varying amount of success. We'll talk about that later, but I do think it's not like it needs to just have one ability. Could have maybe like have a second thing or something. But either way, it's a masterpiece. Okay, Rezo is like Lost's way less cool cousin. Rezo is a Pomander that is this... It transforms you for 1 minute again. And then when you're transformed, you have one ability, which is a big AoE blast that will one-shot... Well, not one-shot, but it will do massive damage to undeads and pretty good damage to everything else, and it will also stun the other monsters. I do think Rezo... It's like there's specific times where it's great. And then other times it's good, but it's like less good than... It's like a less good Lost in those other like situations. Like, I don't know. I feel like kind of... I almost feel like it should be in Masterpiece because I praise Lost so much. But I think it's... It being in the same place as Lost kind of like makes it less... I know we're supposed to rank them in a vacuum, but in the context of this specific pump, it's only in one deep dungeon. So like the vacuum is like... I mean, I can't really rate it without thinking of Lost in that case because they both exist in one place, right? I think Rezo... I don't know, man. Like, it does its job. I feel like it's just a lot less interesting than Lost because Lost basically does what you would want to do on Rezo, except Rezo is better in certain specific situations. It's fun to use. I like using Rezo. I've done Rezo on like big AoE pulls, right? Classic example is let's say I'm on like doing the 120s. Then there's like a bunch of monsters, and then I pop... It's the same as Lost, right? I pop up defensives, I pop healing, I witch chain the monsters, and I resolution. And that resolution will kill everything in the witch chain. And if I had not rezoed, I would not have killed it, right? So there's value. But like, whenever I'm doing that, I'm basically doing a worse Lost. Like, I would obviously rather do with a Lost every time over the rezo. So it's like it's just a less cool Lost overall, which happens to be much more useful on certain sets. Then usually you don't really want to be using it to do crazy things too much, because then you really want to enter the 190s with all your rezos, right? So then it's not like you're gonna be on 188 and do something with the rezo in that case. So it does its job. Like, it's fine. If it wasn't like, if it was just useful for like these specific sets that I mentioned, I would probably put it in lame. But I think because it does basically all the same things that Lost do, just less good, it deserves to be like significantly higher than what I would put it at. Okay, so that's all the basic palms and all the ones that are specific to PUTD. Next, we're gonna go into the Evan specifics. So like, again, because we're gonna be ranking basically very specific palms, in that case I can probably compare them a little more to their like brothers and sisters, basically. Like, because like frailty doesn't exist anywhere but MLI, so then there's no reason to compare frailty to a theoretical loss, you know? Like, there's no reason to think of a word where the frailty, you would use it with a loss, because that can't happen. Like, it can't happen. Until we get a deep dungeon where they actually introduce the old Pomanders, that can't really happen. So anyway, frailty. I like frailty a lot, honestly. It's a strength and steel. It's like a combination of strength and steel, but it's different in two ways. First of all, it's weaker than them. So it's doing both, but a bit weaker. But the other thing that's interesting is it's doing it on the monsters instead of you, right? So that's interesting. It's also a much shorter duration, so it's like a very... like if you use it, you want to make sure you're using that time as much as possible. So then that might be as simple as, oh, I don't want to check any gold chests because I don't want to get a mimic, which would not be frailty because it's a debuff. But then it's also, it can lead into things like, oh, I'm going to use a frailty and then I'm going to do like a massive AoE pull with that frailty specifically, right? Or you can use it in a way that it's like, oh, I know this monster is very hard, but then I don't want to like blow a steal for that guy because maybe it's the last monster I need to kill. So then in that case, I'll do like a frailty and try and like get away with it, right? So there's some decision making. You might notice decision making is like, the more something is a decision, the more highly I tend to rank it. And frailty is definitely something with decision making. However, would I say it's a masterpiece? I wouldn't say it's a masterpiece. I think it's a great idea to have like a strength steel combination that you can use at the same time, but it's a debuff instead. It's a great idea. But like it is basically doing something that we already have, right? It's just doing it stronger. I still think it's great execution. There's actually a lot of commanders in masterpiece now I look at it. Wonder how we're gonna be ranking the ones that were coming. Conceal gives you a 1-minute buff that you can only do out of combat, and then when you do it, you are invisible and immune to traps for a minute until you do an action that is not sprinting or opening a chest. So for as long as you're invisible, you can sprint, you can open a chest, but if you do anything else or get damaged in some way, you will like pop out of it. Conceal it's a goddamn masterpiece, bro. Like, Conceal, I feel like, is a great answer to something that was in PUTD that did not have a lot of great answers. Conceal, it's like there's some skill that you might think, oh, Conceal is very like straightforward because you just use it Conceal if there's a treasure room, GG, right? Like it's the only way, but there's like a lot of ways to utilize Conceal. I mean, a classic example is if you have an altar and you really need to know if there's mimics or corradians fast. It's a great way to check that. You can pre-conceal, like for example, if I finish a floor and I have an altar running, and then, but then there's, let's say, a monster in the last room to leave, then I might be like, okay, then I'm gonna do a conceal because then I get past this monster, but I also get to check the altar, right? You can also do a conceal because you're in a really dire situation, you want to check all the chests that you can, but then if you check the chest, then you have to be careful because then if you get a mimic or a silver explodes, it could kick you out of conceal. So it's not like you can check every chest for free, right? I think the conceal, I like it so much because it's like very unique, right? Like every other palm, almost every other palm is just a way to basically do more damage or like tank more damage or like, you know, it's like a damage thing. The conceal is one of the few palms that's not actually damage. It's actually like, you know, I said that I wish raising was more related to deep dungeon. I feel like conceal actually like totally gets that. Like conceal actually just made sense for deep dungeon. It's actually built for deep dungeon. It's perfect for it. Like it makes perfect sense. There's a bunch of rooms, there's a bunch of monsters in your way, and then you have this one thing that lets you actually cheat, you know? It lets you cheat and see a little further in. Well, a lot further in fact. I love conceal. I think it's a great pump. Petrification. So these are like there's like floor wipe. We're gonna call them floor wipes. These are the palms that are basically what Rage was in PUTD, but then they kind of remade it in like a different thing every deep dungeon. Petrification is basically the common floor wipe of Heaven on High. What Petri does is it makes it so every monster will be petrified for 30 seconds, and a petrified monster, if you do any damage to it, direct damage, it has to be direct damage, it dies instantly. So of course it's very strong, like, because you can kill a massive amount of monster like that, and then you don't have to deal with its mechanics, its damage, and then it's very fast, right? Petri is, I think it's somewhat interesting because it's not like that free when you press it. Like, there's some decision making. You have to decide, like, okay, how many, because, like, of course the traveling time, you're not killing anything when you're traveling. So then the way to have a good Petri is you want to make sure your travel time is as little as possible and you have access to as many monsters as possible in the shortest amount of, like, running, right? And then you do that by either pre-pulling monsters in some way. You can do that by using a safety. You can use that by risking traps. Like, maybe you're like, oh, I know there's might be a trap, but then I know that if I go through this room really fast, I can maybe get one more room, right? Yeah, there's also an interaction with blind where if you miss an attack, well, the Petri fails then. So then you still have to pay attention to that, because you might miss an attack on an important monster. So there's a lot. Like, there's a lot of things to do with Petri. I think it's a fairly interesting floor. I don't think it's as interesting as Rage, because it's just really strong. Like, you can definitely screw up a Petri and die, but like I feel like for it to happen, it's a lot harder to screw up a Petri than it is to screw up a Rage, right? But then I don't think because a floor wipe is like strong, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, especially where you find Petri, which is Heaven on High. MI is a very scary monsters, right? I like Petri. I think it's a great Pomander. Like, it's a great execution. Like, I don't really have any problems with Petri. Like, it feels good to use. There's optimization. There's, like, padding optimizations, which are not that common in Deep Dungeon, honestly. I like it there. Now, the next one, though. So, Mage Side, this is not technically a Pomander. It's like a magic stone. But we're pretty much just calling it a Pomander in that case, because it's the same resource system. Except this one you get it from Silver Chest. Mage Side is Petri, but just better in every way, because when you press it, everything on the current floor dies, and you are also invulnerable. So, like, it's kind of like a Witch Chain plus a Petri, but better than both, right? Because you get the emergency aspect of the Witch Chain, but you also get the kill everything, well, kill a lot, but in that case, kill literally everything on the floor aspect of a Petri. So, like, see, this is why we're not ranking the Pomanders by power, because if I was, obviously Mage Side is the top. It's just the best. Like, it's literally the best thing. Now, is that interesting? Mage Side lives in a deep dungeon that has very difficult monsters. So I don't think it's a bad place to be, but I do think it's a bit overlapping with the petrification. Like, I would have rather they gave me 6 petrifications than 3 Mage Side and 3 Petris, because then the Mage Side is just better than Petri, right? It's not very interesting. I think it's saving race. And by the way, these 3 are the same. These are just like different transformations, but they are the same. It's something. I will say, I think it's not lame for one reason. I think it's because it's... I said these are Pomanders. They're like I said, they're like magic stones, which makes it so that it's a bit different with how the enchantments work. Because, yeah, like you said, the no item doesn't affect them. So they're kind of like a Serenity, but they're like almost a Serenity in some circumstance. So then, like, usually the way you play Heaven on High is you're trying to balance your Mage Sides and your Serenities, and you want to make sure you never go too low on one of them, because then you want to, like, kind of bounce between the two, right? That's how you clear Heaven on High very consistently, is you bounce between the two. Because then if you get no item, Mage Side is a great answer, but then if you get no ability, well, like if you get an item in POTD, for example, certainty is your answer for it most of the time. But then in MI, you have 6 answers. You have like 3 certainties, but also 3 match sites. And then if you get, and then I mean, it's just interesting. I think it's just interesting. And there's an enchantment that specifically targets the match site. So like you know, you can be in a situation where the match site gets shut down. It's something. I don't think it's particularly interesting. Like, see, that's where you have to look at it a bit not objectively, but you have to look at it a bit like from a third-person standpoint, because like, of course, I'd rather have a match site in my chest than a rezo, obviously, but it doesn't mean, and it feels good to use a match site. Don't get me wrong. Like, it feels good to press the button and kills everything, but like, it's not that interesting, you know? Like, it's not that interesting. So like, you know, I wouldn't really mind having it there. I feel like it would be perfectly fine having it there. But like, other than that, I don't know. Elder is the same thing as a match site, except this one is much more rare, and it also has the effect of killing a boss instantly. I like it more than match site. First of all, because it's very rare, so you don't even have this every run. But it's nice to have like flexibility on the boss, because if you have an elder, it kind of changes your set. Because then if I have an elder and let's say I'm doing 81 to 90, well, now I know that if things go bad, I have this kind of like this get out thing. Like, I wouldn't plan to use it, but if I just get the kind of set where I get Gloom like 4 times in a row and I absolutely cannot do anything but fight it, and then I'm like really behind, well, I'm like, okay, well, now I'm gonna pivot this into doing a... I'm gonna pivot this, and I'm actually gonna elder the boss so that I can then spend more time on the floor, right? I think it's more interesting in a match site because of the rarity and just this decision making. But everything I said about the match site is still true for the elder. It just has like a little bit more that makes it interesting. Okay, now we get to the Eureka Ortho spawns. Lethargy, oh man, lethargy. I don't know how I feel about lethargy. This is a complicated commander. This lethargy, all it does is it makes it so the monsters are extremely slowed down in their attack speed and cast times. Like very slowed down. I can't give you a number, but it's at least 80% slower. Like, well, sorry, it's at least 4 or 5 times slower compared to usual. It's very slow. So I like the idea of lethargy. I think the way they intended for you to use it is to learn monsters. Basically, you have 3 lethargies in your bag, and you're like, okay, this floor has a lot of monsters I'm not sure about. I'm gonna lethargy and study them, right? And then the way the telegraphs show up, usually it's how it works, because like usually it's a late telegraph in EO. It's gonna show you telegraph late, but then with the lethargy, it's gonna show you the telegraph way earlier. You know, I think the idea is great. Like, see the scoring, like. I scored a lot of EO. This is what makes me not like the lethargy as much, because the lethargy, I think it's a great idea solo. Like, if sorry, not solo, but like I think if you're like doing the content, let's say the intended way, which is you're just fighting the monsters one by one, I think it's a great idea, probably even a great execution. But like, as soon as you realize that lethargy also works in AoE, because this affects the whole floor for 10 minutes. So it won't affect a new monster that appears. So let's say you open a mage, it won't work on it. But this works for every existing monster on the floor for 10 minutes when you use it. As soon as you realize that this works in AoE, things get really degenerate. And like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. Like, it's a bit like witching, where like the difference between a good witching and a bad witching is massive. It's the same for lethargy. Like, the difference between a great lethargy and like just a lethargy to learn is huge. But Liturgy is janky as hell. As bugs associated with it, which you don't even need to do AoE pulls to see it. It has 3 bugs. I can tell you, like right there, like at a snap of finger, 3 bugs it has. Skitine doesn't get reduced auto attack. Fitter can blow up without you knowing. And then Monkey can blow up without you knowing. Gulo used to have like a bug with it that they fixed. There's another monster called the Zack Knight that also blows up without you knowing about it. With the, like, there's bugs associated with it which was never fixed. It's I don't want to be unfair. Like the Pomander is just, it's good. It's just technically limited. Like it feels like the game engine holds it back. Like it also leads to very annoying things. Like monsters are casting for so much that they just start like unaggroing from you because they're so far. And then some monsters have an increased cooldown duration. So let's say a monster does an ability every 10 seconds. But while some of them with Liturgy, they'll do it every minute instead. Every 2 minutes even. But then some of them don't get this reduction. Some of them will still spam their ability, but they don't know which one does which. Like it's just you don't know. Like it's not consistent. So like, I think this is honestly a masterpiece if it didn't have all these like technical limitations. I think it deserves to be like, it's definitely not a match site. It's way more interesting than a match site, right? Listen, I'll be nice. I'll put it in great execution. I think it's a great POM. It's just, it has a lot of like engine limitations, which to be fair, you're not gonna see most of them unless you really start to get into like doing AoE, you know, and like using the POMs at their best. Like, let me put it that way. If you're just trying to clear, like, and you're just like, you just want to clear, Liturgy is a million times more interesting than the Lost. But I think when you start to optimize, that's where the Liturgy actually loses ranks, but then the Lost kind of like climbs the hell up, right? So I don't know. It's like somewhere between the two. I'll be nice and say great execution because I feel like just overall, like there's way more people that are gonna interface with Liturgy in like a reasonable way than people that just like, you know, pull the whole floor with Liturgy and then you have to keep track of like 20 monsters that don't even fit on your enmity list and they all have different castings and there's no cast bars. Also like 3 of them on aggro because they were far. Also 2 of them are like still casting Ram's Voice 2 rooms away, right? That's where this thing really starts to lose its shine. But overall, I think it's a great execution. It's just kind of like limited by the engine. Okay, so we got through the Liturgy. That was one of the big ones. So Storm is the equivalent of a Petri in Eurykartos. So what Storm does, it's very weird. It makes it so every monster on the floor goes to 1 HP. Well, not 1 HP. It goes to a single digit HP specifically. So every monster now has between 1 to 9 HP. Now, this is a very unintuitive Pomander because it's, you might think, oh, I can now run around and kill everything, but like but then that's where you have to know that monsters, they regen HP out of combat, which is very specific and you have to know, but like it's not clear until you actually like do it, right? So monsters, they regenerate about 10% every tick, so like that's every 3 seconds or so. But then here's where it gets janky. It's just you don't know when the tick's happening. Like, so if you use a Storm, you might think, oh, I'm gonna Storm and pull that monster right away and like kill it. But then if the tick happens at the same time as you Storm, you're not even gonna see the monster at 1 HP. You're gonna see the monster instantly goes to 10%. So this, it's kind of like Liturgy where it's kind of janky. However, in that case, I think Storm is jankier overall for most people because you will like get the jank. Like you can't really escape it. Now, good things about the Storm is it's like a Petri, but infinitely more difficult to like get a good value out of it, so that it's much more skill based than a Petri, a million times better than Petri in that regard. Also, it has like a Gamba element to it, where if you get a no regen debuff, well, now monsters don't regen anymore. And I will say, I don't like this. I don't like the no regen thing personally in scoring runs, but I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. It's like a very interesting Gamba. It's like a way they kind of recycle the no regen debuff into something more interesting. Like, I think I don't know if it's a masterpiece because it's kind of janky. The whole take system, I'm not really a fan. I think it's a great. It's still great. It's great. It's kind of like Liturgy, honestly. I guess they're kind of close. It's like they're great execution, but they both have kind of like limiting things. Like I wouldn't mind it if you knew the take was gonna happen, or like it's. Let's say they made Storm not even a take thing. Like let's say they made Storm. And then Storm was something like puts every monster at 1 HP, and then for 5 seconds they don't regen, right? Or something like that. Like then I would be like, okay, it's much more intuitive. But because there's this whole like take thing, it's like on our very first run, like that I did as a group, we tried to do we were 4 people. We tried to do a Mimic Treasure Room by doing a Storm. And we proc the Storm at the same time as an earthly star exploded from an astro. And just because the take system happened at the exact same time, well, it pulled all the mimics, and like some of them died and some of them didn't, right? It's very unintuitive. Like it's so unintuitive, I'm tempted to put it down there, but I think it's overall a pretty interesting Pomander, so I'm still gonna keep it there. Okay, Dread is actually Rage plus Lost, so you might think that it's like a masterpiece, but because I put both of them in masterpiece, but I actually don't like Dread very much. So technically, Dread takes the best out of the Lost and the Rage. It's a 1-minute transformation that gives you the Lost ability, which is an AoE Vuln, but also the Rage ability, which is a one-shot. It's weird because when I saw that POM announced the first time, I really thought it was going to be a great fun POM, but it actually just is not very fun for multiple reasons. First reason is they made it so that you're lost. They made the POM not work with GCD speed, and also it doesn't work off any of your job abilities. So like what was cool about the Lost was part of it is it's scaled with your GCD spell speed, and then it also like applied your job abilities, but all of this is gone for Dread. And then it's also much more rare than the Lost, so you don't really get to play around with it as much. And then the other thing that makes it lamer is, I mean, it's very rare that you would rather use the Vuln than the Rage component, right? Like, and it leads into that situation where, like in POTD, you would double dip a Lost or a Rage from any floor. Like, there's no reason why you wouldn't do it from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. Like, it doesn't really, there's not a specific time for it, right? You might even double dip a Lost from the 9th floor to the boss. But then in PT, in EO, you can still do a double dip, but like the Dread is so rare that you'd almost rather just double dip from the 9th floor to the boss every time if you're gonna do it right. And generally, the Rage component is less interesting in EO because there's not that danger. Like I thought about the whole danger of raging in POTD, but that's non-existent in EO because the damage is just not very high. So like you're not gonna walk up to a monster and eat 70% of your health. Unless it's a Dread Beast. But then if it's a Dread Beast, you can Dread it anyway, right? So I think it's lame. It's really weird putting it there, despite putting the basically 2 things that are component of it in Masterpiece. I really think it's lame. Like, it's funny because if you asked me to rate it before I played with it, I would have said like Masterpiece. But after playing with it so long, I think it's lame. Like, you never really get to use the Lost component. But then it's so rare that you would not want to waste it for the lost component. So then what ends up happening is just kind of like use it in obvious situations. So like treasure room. Like use it in the treasure room, use it in emergency, or use it on the boss if you don't have enough time to do the boss, right? That's kind of what ends up happening. I think it's lame. So now we get to the demi-clones, which are basically the mage side equivalent. Demi-clones, I like them a lot. So let's start with Yune. So what a demi-clone is, it's a summon companion that will accompany you for the rest of the floor. Just you. Like, so like if you're like in a group, it's only gonna accompany you, but it's gonna help everyone, you know, by just being with you. But well, what I'm getting at there is that you cannot have two of them at the same time. So if I have a Yune summoned, I can't have a Dogra summoned at the same time. I have to choose. It's one per floor. And it only goes away if you die, which generally you don't want to die just for that, right? Yune, specifically, what she does is she does a little bit of damage. She does a little bit of damage to the monsters, but she's gonna heal you and shield you and just keep you alive. So that's her, like, in theory goal. Now, she doesn't always play that way because sometimes she's just really stubborn and she wants to, like, cast, you know, little weak dots on people instead of you, or healing you. But overall, she's supposed to heal you. She is... like, there's a lot of optimization to do with Yune. It's kind of janky, but like I think it's janky in an endearing way. Like, I don't think it's janky annoying like letter G. I think it's kind of janky, but in a good way, because you basically there's ways to make it so the Yune, you can make sure she's healing you and not doing damage, but then it's very like tricky because you have to make sure you don't attack anything, so she never, let's say, locks in. But if you're doing that, that means you have to like pull things without you doing damage to them. So now you have to basically play like a monk and face pull things and blah blah blah. But so there's like ways to optimize Yune. And overall, usually the impact of a Yune on the floor, it's going to be that you can either do a no item floor without actually caring about the no item, because they're not items, so that you could still use them in no item, or you're just going to be able to do like bigger AoE pulls. I think it's very interesting because they're like, keep in mind, these are the equivalent of a match site. Match site, what it does, it kills everything instantly. You know what she does? She lets you do bigger pulls, she saves you from like a no item, and then she just does a bit of damage. Like, honestly, they're like honestly, they're great. Are they a masterpiece? Like, I'm tempted to put them in masterpiece. I'm very tempted. And I say them, I mean specifically Yune, I guess. Like, Yune, I think Yune is the most interesting out of all the clones. She is like the most... I think she has the most room for optimization. And she has jank. She's got jank, but I think the jank she has is funny and interesting. Like, that's the way I would put it. It's funny and interesting. I'm fine putting Yune in Great Execution. I don't think it's quite a masterpiece. I'm looking at like what we're comparing her with, like a Strange Steel. Strange Steel is like a baseline. Serenity is super important. But then again, in Neo, I think Yune is infinitely more interesting than a Serenity. But then Serenity, I have to rank it more in a vacuum because then it's in every deep dungeon, right? So I think overall, great execution. I'm a big fan of Yune. Now Dogra. Motherfucking Dogra. So Dogra is like the CC and damage oriented clone. So what he does is he petrifies monsters in AoE for 10 seconds. And then that has diminishing return. Now I mean, it's so like Dogra is basically, it's a super strength. Like you can see kind of like a super strength. It's like a second strength that only works for your floor. Now, petrification, technically, you can optimize it. Like it's an AoE CC for 10 seconds. So it's basically a small weight chain if you do it properly. Now, I wish I could say that it leads into great things. Now, but like what actually happens is monsters in EO have a very like 1-2 pattern design. So like most monsters, they do a thing and then they do another thing after that first thing. Now that kind of tends to line up exactly with the timing at which Petri would come off. So what happens a lot is you fight a monster with Dodra. Dodra CCs a monster in the middle of its ability, and then you have no idea what will happen. But like not in a fun like, oh, it's a roguelike experience way. No, in a like, oh, this monster will he was supposed to charge you and AoE you, but now he's gonna run to you and AoE you, right? Like it's a pretty frustrating experience overall. Like it's jank, but it's bad jank. Like it's not fun jank, and it's funny in clips. It's funny because I'm streaming, but like if I die off stream because Dodra petrifies a frog, and then when when it ends, well, the frog now it doesn't pull me in, it just runs up to me and AoE me instantly. That's yikes, bro. Like. But then that's the thing. You're gonna say, oh, it's consistent. You just like learn it for next time. But no, it's not. That's the thing. Because next time my Dodra's gonna petrify, but then the frog will not run up to me and will just like win plays. So then, but then you can't assume that's the norm, because next time maybe the frog will run up to you and it will just like blast you, right? And that's not even mentioning the actually buggy interactions where, like, for example, a Garm gets petrified mid-charge, and then the Garm, like, he's in a position, but then when the petrify ends, it teleports him backwards and he starts casting his Ram's voice follow-up, right? It's janky, but like in a bad way, right? Is it lame? I don't think it's lame, but it's definitely not greatly executed. Like, it's something, I guess. Like, I don't really... I'm excited to use Dodra. I feel like I'm using a strength where the downside is there's just, like, a way I could die instantly. I haven't seen it yet. I don't think it does just its job because he kills you too much. Onion Knight. So Onion Knight is basically it's like a super clone. He does a bit of what Dodra and Yune does. He heals you, but not as much as Yune. However, he does damage, but he does way more than Dodra. Which kind of leads into that situation where most of the time it's just like Onion Knight is just the best thing to have. Not always, not 100% of the time, but most of the time you'd rather have Onion Knight than New York 2. So it's not that interesting with that in mind. But there is specifically Yune. I can't really imagine I take Dodra over Onion Knight ever, but there's times where I would rather Yune than Onion Knight. It happens, right? Something that I think is a bit interesting about Onion Knight is specifically it will only heal you when you're below 50% HP, and the way the damage input is in EO, sorry, the damage output, it kind of leads into that situation where some monsters, if you stand still and you rely on Onion Knight to heal you, it will not work. Like, you can't just rely on the heal if you only get healed below 50%, because then if you're at 60%, there's monsters that can easily do 60% to you before the heal would come off, right? Because basically one hit goes through, Onion Knight starts casting, but the second hit comes before, right? So it's a bit interesting. Like, I would say Onion Knight, it does its job, right? He's supposed to be the strong thing. He is the strong thing. He's a little interesting because his heal isn't as good as Yune, but it's not like, it's not crazy interesting. It's definitely more interesting than a match site. Like, definitely, it's more interesting than a Dodra, which is funny because Dodra would be more interesting if it just wasn't so goddamn buggy and annoying and janky. But I think Yune overall is the winner, and she feels great to use. Okay. So that's it for Yo. Last, we got PT. PT, which just released. So, PT also has 3 new palms and 3 new like match side equivalent. Aced. Aced is it's a new strength and a new skill basically. So Ace is a 8-minute buff, the same as strength and steel, that gives you a 10% GCD speed increase. But in this case, it does it to the whole party. But in our case, we just care about the fact that it's you, right? So it's solo. So it's like it's objectively a worse strength in every way. I mean, it's just a weaker strength. I think it's a bit interesting, though. I think a GCD increase is more interesting than a strength damage increase because it's actively affecting your rotation in small ways. So, like for example, on Summoner, I get one more hit in my Armor phase, but it ends very tight, right? And then I'm sure most jobs have some kind of like small difference in their rotation due to the GCD speed. I know it's like in a way it's lame because it's just a weaker strength, but I don't dislike that we got a third. I don't dislike that we have another 8-minute buff to like. I find the 8-minute buffs are just interesting, like because it's something you can use and it's gonna like work on you for multiple floors, right? Also, of course, you stack it with strength. It's not like you have to choose and then strength would be better in every way every time, right? It's just a different buff. And yes, its power, that's a great point. Its power level changes between jobs because not everyone benefits the same way from a 10% GCD increase. Like, of course, if you're like an OGCD base job, that's not as good for you. Let me put it that way. I think if this was a 20% increase, I would have actually maybe put in Great Execution or Masterpiece. But because the buff, although it's interesting, is very small, I think does its job is more fair, right? It does its job. It does its job. If it was a bigger buff, like maybe Great Execution, Masterpiece. Now I will say PT definitely doesn't need stronger palms than what it already has, but that's kind of beside the point, right? Alright, fans favorite, Purification. So Purification, what it does, it gives you an 8-minute shield that will make it so the next time you get an Esuna able debuff on you, it gets removed. And also when you use the Pomander, it also cleanses you of any effect that you could Esuna. This part is important. This has to be something you can Esuna. So Purification, listen, I think maybe I'll take, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's a good idea. It's just in the actual worst place it could ever be. Like, I dream of a deep dungeon that was actually structured around dangerous enchant, like debuffs that you get, right? Well, I'm gonna give you an example. If there was a monster that was proximity, and then he put a doom effect on you after 10 seconds in combat, then it's like, wow, I need like Purification for that guy. Or I need a healer that then makes it so I don't need to use Purification. And then suddenly it's like this whole... Then suddenly this shifts the whole thing about Purification. Because now suddenly you have this incredibly important Pomander. And then you... But so then it's very important that if you ever fight that guy that's very bad, you like CC him or you avoid him, right? It changes the whole thing. So like... And when I saw Purification the first time, I thought that's what we were gonna get. Because the design, it lends itself to that. You know? Like it's... I do not understand why Purification is a thing if you don't have things like that. So like what actually ended up happening is nothing as really threatening debuffs. Which... So this leads into this complicated situation. Because... Like, I don't think Purification could be a masterpiece, but like it's not because the deep dungeon isn't built with it in mind. So like, and then yes, there's like uses for it. Like yes, you can step on a silence trap, and it can remove the silence. Yes, there's like a few monsters that put threatening debuff on you if you fail a mechanic, and yes, it can save you, but like. It's not worth a point. Like, it's kind of like Purity, you know? Like, I already think Purity is kind of lame. So then I'm basically getting a worse purity, you know. It's not a really good deal. Like this is basically, to me, this feels like they forgot about the consumable items. Like you see, I'm very torn about purification because, so like, let me put it that way. I would put it in Y. I think I can't really put this in the high tier, right? I just can't. I don't have it in me. I think this palm, it's not Y. It's not like the worst thing because of the palm itself. I think this is 100% because of the deep dungeon it's with. If you put this palm in a deep dungeon that is actually structured around it, I think this can... I unironically think this can be a masterpiece. I'm not even kidding. I think this could be one of the most fun palms ever. But because of where it is, and because it's only there in that one deep dungeon, which means I can't really compare it to anything else, it has to be the worst palm. The worst designed palm we've ever had. But I blame the deep dungeon. I don't blame the palm. All right, just to make this clear, it's the deep dungeon's fault. It's not the palm's fault. So yes, I honestly thought I might have put this like higher initially, but I just can't because it just exists in one place, and it's like the worst place for it. Like it's PT's fault, but like it is for real. Like it's not that the palm is bad. It is, but it's just it's not built around it. Like you know what I said about Serenity earlier? Like let's say Serenity, I put in Masterpiece, and I think it's a masterpiece in Evanai and PTD. But then if we were ranking the palm, let's say this tier list was like we are ranking the design of the palms in relation to PT. Well, Serenity is Y, right? Because it doesn't function anymore in PT. But because it's a Pomander that's available in a bunch of deep dungeons, then in that case, it's a masterpiece. Because then I'm like, I look at it and I'm like, okay, the palm, it's useless in PT, but it's not the palm's fault. It's because it's just not useful there. It's still a masterpiece in your deep dungeon. But then Purification, I can't really do that argument because it only exists in that one place. So then I could be like, oh, well, in the theoretical deep dungeon that might exist in the future where like there's a ton of debuffs, this would be great. But then it's very likely this palm will never exist in that deep dungeon. So I can't. Like, I just can't rank it higher. Alright. However, Devotion. I like Devotion a lot, actually. Devotion it's like an interesting spin on Rage. So Rage is like, right now you kill things, right? And then there's the whole danger thing, right? We're gonna get onto that too. But Devo is like, it's a bit of an altar. It's like super altar in a way. It's like when you use Devo, it will make it so that your next floor has a votive. But even more than that, it makes it so that the votive you get from the Devotion is actually going to be a transformation, guaranteed. And a transformation in PT is basically a floor wipe. So you're gonna get the Mud Ball or the Fire Guy. Both will just one-shot every monster. So this is a... So like, if we just try and simplify what a Devotion is, it's a floor wipe that will happen in 2 floors, but you must do something on the next floor to like make it work, right? Because you have to find the Devotion and actually click it. I think it's actually a very interesting concept. Like, it's very unique. It's one of the most unique concepts we've had. Like, it's a delayed floor wipe that you have to work for. Now, one complaint, the tooltip absolutely does not mention that you get guaranteed transformation. Like, it doesn't even mention it, so you have to know. So, like, not really gaining points for the clarity there. So it's interesting. Now, I will say specifically in PT, it kind of suffers from being in PT in the sense that, like, it probably won't be hard to find a Devotion, and then it probably won't be that bad to actually use the effect. So, like... But I think for Devotion, I'm willing to overlook that a bit more, because I think the idea is just very interesting, right? It's a good idea, it's just like, maybe it's not as hard as it could be, but... I like the idea a lot. Like, I'm thinking of it. Like, if you had PT exactly the way it is, except it was just like way harder. Like, let's say everything did 3 times the damage and then everything had 2 times the HP and then nothing else different. Then Devotion is like, it's just like Purification doesn't get more interesting because then it's still the same issues. But then Devotion gets way more interesting because then it's like, oh, getting to the votive is way harder, and then but then the transformation is also way harder because now I'm getting attacked for way more, right? I like it a lot. I think it's a masterpiece. I think it's one of the. It's just a great it's a great idea. Like, I really like it. Now there's a bit of jank in the fact that it's because it's a 2-floor delayed effect. Well, you might think you can use it on 77. So you might think that you could use a Devotion on 78. But then if you do, then you don't get a votive on 79 because that would be the boss, right? So there's a bit of a like jank to it, but that's because we're not used to being like, that's kind of our fault. Like, we're not used to something that does something in 2 floors, right? So I don't know. I like Devotion. I'll say also Devotion is very rare, which before I knew it was a guaranteed transformation, it made it a lot less interesting. But because it's rare and it's a guaranteed transformation, then I realized, oh, it's their rage equivalent, which it's interesting. It doesn't have the danger of a rage, but that's like a numbers issue. It could be a very dangerous thing if it just was like more properly balanced, the deep dungeon. It could be as dangerous as a rage. It's not, but that doesn't take away from the design. I think overall, it's still a masterpiece. Okay, and now we get to the last version of the match side. They're called the Incense, the Junipers. These are a bit hard to differentiate the icons, so you just have to remember them. First one is a Bard. Bard something. Bard Balm, maybe? Either way. Bard is a... If we go back to like Eurycarthos, Bard is a... It's the same as a clone, so it's a companion that you summon, except it has the Onion Knight damage. It has Onion Knight's damage and Yune's survivability, but the survivability is bigger than Yune because it also doubles your HP. So I have issues with Bard. I think the issue with Bard is they made it too strong for like the boss. Like, it does everything you would want to have on the boss. It doubles your HP and gives you a shit ton of damage, right? And it heals you. It's very... It's like... It's good. Like, don't get me wrong, right? The Bard is fun on floors because it does an AoE dot. So, like, it's actually insane on the floors as well. But because it's so, like, strong on the bosses... I mean, if you have a Bard in your bag, you're probably gonna keep it for the boss. Let's be real, right? So then it's like I feel like I would like Bard more if it either did not do damage or if it did not double your HP, because then you would get to a boss and you'd be like, oh, do I want to have double the HP so I make the mechanic safer, or do I want to like do massive damage, right? Like, I guess what I'm saying is I wish the damage component was on a different instance, and then Bard was like, it focused on being like the tanking one, right? Because I honestly don't think it's that interesting. I think it's lame. Like, I know you guys are not gonna like this. I think it's lame because it's too good at its job. It's too good at being a boss Pomander, like instance. It's too good at it. Like, you're never gonna make a choice about like, am I using Maze or Bard on the boss? It's always gonna be Bard. Like, it's always good. It's always the best. So like, I know, and you see, this is where like I have to look at it from like a kind of a third party, because I definitely feel great using a Bard. Let's say I have 3 Bards in my bags, and then there's like a treasure room, and then I'm like, I do a Witch in Bard, and then I absolutely blast the treasure room in 15 seconds. It feels great, but I don't think But then I don't think it's interesting that I only get to do it if I find a bunch of bars, because like, of course I'm gonna keep a bar for the boss because it's too good for the boss, right? So anyway, I think for that reason it's lame. I don't think it's that interesting that it does so much for the bosses. Like, I would have rather had two choices on the bosses, tanking or damage, just not both on like the same button, right? Okay, Maze, however, Maze is like a super Doga. It's like a Doga, but like the jank this time, instead of being like very frustrating, it's actually endearing. It's like, it's not like Yune in that sense. It's like, it's janky, but I think it's janky in a way that you can like learn from it. You can like optimize it, and it's fun to optimize. Maze, I think a bit like Bard, it suffers from like this. They put so many things in it instead of just doing like... they put so many effects into it. Maze, it does... So like, to tell you what Maze does, and like get ready, it's a list, alright? It uses a Pomander of Sight. It's like using a Sight. It's like using a Serenity. It's like the key opened, because the key opens. Then it summons a companion that will accompany you on the floor. That companion spams a witching effect, which is harder to use, but it's still a witching effect. That companion heals you, and that companion does a little bit of damage, right? So that's how many fingers I have? That's 7 things. So that does 7 things in one button, all right? One button. And I might have forgotten something, all right? So this does so many things. It's... So... I think what saves Maze is the witching, specifically the witching effect it does is very interesting because it's a cone. It's a cone that comes from you. Oh, it removes the enchantments as well, so that's 8 effects. Sorry, I forgot. So anyway, it's a cone that originates from the Maze companion, and then it will CC the monsters like a witching, and then it's like a very specific thing because she does it on a timer of 20 seconds exactly. But then the timer, she skips it if the target dies at a bad time. So then the whole meta when you have a maze, if you're like killing monsters with it, because keep in mind this opens the key, right? That kind of takes away from it because it opens the key. So like, you don't have to do a big pull with a maze. But then if you do specific kind of runs, like a score run, you would. But then if you're not doing a score run, why the hell would you AoE pull with maze? So like, keep that in mind, right? It's not... The fact that it's doing so much, it's really taking away from it, because then it's... Like, obviously you're gonna leave the floor, right? Like, obviously you're gonna leave the floor if you can, which you can most of the time. But specifically, if you're doing a counter run where you're gonna kill... You need to kill the monsters like a scroll run, then she's interesting to optimize, right? So I think it makes it more interesting. I think it makes it much more interesting. If the witching effect was not interesting... Let's say the whole witching thing was not there, this would be 100% a lame thing. Maybe even why. It would be so boring to use this. Because it literally just makes your floor instant. But then you don't even get the dopamine of the match site healing everything. It's like, I don't think it's that interesting. Like, you might say like, oh, but it's interesting because you have to avoid the monsters as you're leaving. But then you get the witching effect anyway. So you don't even have to deal with the monster. It's just like losing you 20 seconds. But Maze is... Like, the witching is fun. Like, I think it's fun to optimize it. And I'm glad they let you optimize it. It's not like... I'm glad there's ways to kind of like deal with the jank and make it consistent. Okay, I will say, to be fair, it's pretty unique that the key opens, but then the floor, nothing's dead on it. Like, it is a pretty unique effect. Like, it's not something we've seen before. I mean, it's definitely above, like, match site. Like, it's not even close to a match site. Do I think Maze is more interesting than Anya? It has to be. Like, it has to be in Great Execution, right? Maybe I went a little bit hard on it. I think it's a great execution. Like, if I'm only looking at what's there already, it's like it's obviously more interesting than an Onion Knight. Is it about as interesting as a Yune? I mean, they both kind of have the same like jank that you can deal with aspect. I think, yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I kind of went hard on the maze there. I don't actually think, like, it does many things, which, like I said, I don't think it's a good thing. I think if it didn't do, like, a billion things, it might have been a masterpiece. Or, like, if it had the damage from the Bard, like, maybe if it had the damage from the Bard, then the Bard would have been higher, but then this would have to lose some effects. Like, it does everything. Like, keep in mind, it does everything, which doesn't feel like a big deal in PT, because it doesn't matter if the debuffs get removed, right? Like, it doesn't really matter if you lose a debuff, but then the key's open anyway, but then because she's gonna Witch Chain, right? She's kind of doing everything, but then actually all of the effects don't matter, because you just leave with the Witching effect that would save you anyway. Like, if I... Like, let me put it that way. If Maze only did two things, open the key and add the Witching effect, you would probably use it for the same effect 95% of the time, right? That's kind of how I would put it. So for that reason, I don't think it's a masterpiece. So, Poison Fruit, I mean, it's very easy. It's a match site. It's literally a match site. Everything I said about match site is the same. So, like, logically, I can't really put it any higher than this. I will say, in the ecosystem of PT, specifically, I mean, it's like very straightforward, because you always want to have a Bard in your back for the boss. But then, like, let's be real. Between Maze and Poison Fruit, which one would you rather have? I mean, obviously, Poison Fruit every time. It's a match site. Like, why would you want the key to open if you can just kill everything? There's I can't really think of a situation where you rather have a Maze, unless you're specifically going for traps, which, like, you're scoring, in which case you're basically using it like a site anyway, right? I think it's lame. Honestly, I think it's lamer than a match site. I think it's lame. I don't know. I feel like logically I should put it on the same level as a match site, because it is the same as a match site, but I don't... Maybe it's because of the ecosystem of PT. It's like, I think it's lamer in that ecosystem specifically. There's a small difference with Poison Fruit. It's that Poison Fruit makes it so you get the invuln you get from it. It's delayed. It's like longer, so you can actually get caught by AoEs exploding after it, and also it doesn't prevent debuffs from getting applied to you. So it's like a bit different. I don't know. I just don't think Poison Fruit is very interesting. Like, let me put it that way. If I looked at PT right now, and I could remove Poison Fruit, delete it, and replace it with nothing, I think the Deep Dungeon is better for it. And yet, and then like, maybe it's a difficulty thing, but like I even if it was very difficult, let's say PT is actually really difficult. Let's say everything does triple the damage and everything is double as tanky. I still would rather not have had a Poison Fruit. Which honestly, it's almost making me want to put it in white. I feel like it takes away from like the Maze Bard. Like, I would have rather no Poison Fruit and then shift some of the Bard power to Maze, and then it's basically a decision which one you'd rather use in which floor, right? The reason it's on a different tier than match site is because match site exists in a world where everything's a match site. So then it's not really the same. But then Poison Fruit exists in a world where there's also a Maze and a Bard. But then by its sheer existence, Poison Fruit makes it so you'd always rather find a Poison Fruit than a Bard. Than a Maze. And you'd probably also always would rather find a poison fruit than a second or third bard. Yes, and a great point, Raz. Also, match sight, it functions a bit better in a world where Serenity is like really important. Just then your match sight is an extra Serenity. Poison fruit, you know what? I think you convinced me to keep it there, Raz. Like, I didn't even consider the whole Serenity argument. You're right. Be glad it's in lame and not white. I really dislike poison fruit, but I think it's lame. I think it's just lame. Okay, so let's see if I still agree with everything. So do I think purification is why? I mean, I went over it in great detail. I do think it's why. I don't think it's because of the palm. I think it's because of where it is. I think it's because they didn't build around it. Do I think purity is lame? Yeah. Do I think dread is lame? I actually do think dread is lame. Do I think it's lamer than an affluence? I actually think it's lamer than an affluence, man. I really don't like dread. Do I think bard is lame? You know what? I think it's gonna get bumped up. I think it's a little better than lame. Do I think poison fruit is lame? I do think it's lame. Alright, it's something. So affluent. Do I think affluence is lamer than a flight? Yes, for sure. Like, affluence intuition? Yeah, I mean, it's about, like, I feel about the same about their design. Like, it's something. I mean, it's something. Like, do I think affluence is lamer than a rezo, for example? Yeah, I think so. So, intuition, we just covered it. Match sight, like, do I think match sight? Kind of like an affluence, like, whatever. I mean, it's a whatever that feels good when you press it. You definitely get dopamine, but it's a whatever, right? So, like, match sight versus bard. Yeah. I think this fits way more there, honestly. Like, Dogra, bard, match sight. I look at these three and I'm like, yeah. I get about as excited as any of them. Like, for any of them at this thing. At least when I think about it, like, out of the run, right? In the run, I'm, of course, way happier to see a match sight, but it's not because I'm happy to see it that it's necessarily a great execution. So does its job. A flight. So like a flight, do I think a flight is less interesting than a safety? Yes. They're close. They're close. But I'll say yes for now. Do I think a flight is more interesting than a flu match sites? Yes, obviously. About as interesting as a rezo? Let's say ace first. Like, is it as interesting as a ace overall? Yeah. I agree with the ace. Rezo is difficult, man. Like, because it's not even that it's not interesting. It's because it exists only one place, and that place also has a loss, right? It's kind of bringing it down because of that. I think does its job is fine. I think it's fine there. I do think Elder is a bit more interesting than the normal match sites. I like that kind of like orangey element to it. But it's not that much higher. Don't get me wrong. It's not that much higher. Onion Knight, I do think it's more interesting in Dogra, if only because it doesn't have all the jank, and then it has this whole healing thing that, you know, it's come up a few times in my run where I actually have to like play. I have to like, actually play around Onion Knight, healing me at specific thresholds. So I think it's fine. It does its job. Alright, so now we get into the great execution palms. Do I think safety is less interesting than a sight? Yes, for sure. More interesting than ace? Yes. Fortune, great execution. Do I think it's as interesting as a safety? Yes. Do I think it's less interesting than, say, an altar? Yes, for sure. More interesting than a rezo? Yep. Raising. Do I think raising is more interesting than a ace? Yes. Okay, wait, let's analyze that raising a bit more. Do I think raising is more interesting than a Onion Knight? Yes. Okay, I think it's probably fine there then. As interesting as a Frailty? Yeah. Frailty. Frailty, huh? What did I say about Frailty? I said I like Frailty because it puts a debuff on the enemy and it's kind of interesting. I like the way that it multiply. It's like the damage is bigger because it's multiplying with the debuff and your own buff. It's one floor. It's like a very bursty, like, you know, you have to do something within these 3 minutes. Okay, no, it's fine. I think it's fine. It's fine there. Like Frailty versus Petri. Great execution. Yeah, I like Petri. I don't mind Petri. I would like Petri more if there were no match size, but we're not. I don't think I really considered that when I ranked it. I think Great Execution is fine for it. Dude, Lethargy is such a... It was such a complicated one. I do think it could be in a little bit lower, but I think it's very... You have to do some very specific kind of runs for its issues to show up, so... Like, in a way, it's almost like Maze. Like, it's kind of similar to Maze, where I put it high, but I feel like, personally, I would put them there instead. But I feel like it's a very specific, biased way. Like, in a very specific, biased way, I feel like put them lower, but I think they deserve to be there. Like, my problems with it my problems with them don't really have to do with the execution. Storm, I think Storm is great execution, maybe even masterpiece execution, but it's just kind of like this whole tick system really holds it back. The engine, man. Yo is the engine deep dungeon. It's like the engine limitation deep dungeon. They push the machine a little too much. Yune, very interesting, great execution. Why is Yune not a masterpiece? I don't know. Why is it not a masterpiece? Like, if I look at Yune, and would I say Yune is less interesting than a scythe? Because it's jank? It is jank. It is jank. I don't think it's a bad kind of jank, but you are right. I have no jank in the masterpiece. So, with maybe with Shane, but like with Shane, it's janky in like not all the deep dungeons. More a Neo problem. Yeah, okay. I think it's fine in Great Execution. Maze, again, same as Liturgy. I think it's fine there. Like, I definitely think a scythe is more interesting than a Maze. Which is funny, because a Maze is a scythe. I guess that proves that it's not because it does everything that it's in... It's like Dread, you know, in a way, right? So I put Dread in lame, despite Dread being Rage plus Loss, but with small differences. It's kind of the same with Maze. Like, Maze is a Serenity scythe with Shane, which all are a masterpiece, but then I put it lower. I'm very tempted to put it lower, dude. I'll keep it there. I'm tempted though, but I'll keep it there. Okay, and then finally the masterpiece strengths. It feels weird to have like strength still up there, but they're like they don't have to be complicated. I think they fit their role perfectly. Now, do they fit their role in PT and Neo? Absolutely not. But in Neverline PT, they are like they're so necessary to the experience. Same with Serenity. Same thing with Serenity. Like, these three palms are just, they're basic, but they are like necessary. Like, they don't have to be over designed. The site, again, I did basically the whole trap ecosystem is built around site, so this very like necessary. Alter, I do think is extremely interesting. We hate it in Scroll Run, but like it's actually very interesting, a very fun pump. With Chain, I think a lot of skill expression. It's a bit janky, but it's like the only real emergency button you have, excluding maybe Match Sight and Poison Fruit, but it's a more interesting kind of emergency button. Because then you do it, but then you have to take a decision after. Lust, I think masterpiece. Rage, I think a masterpiece. These are definitely there. Like I feel like these two men might even be like online masterpiece plus or something. I really love those. Conceal, I think, is a masterpiece as well. The only palm, one of the only palms that is actually feels completely built for Deep Dungeon in a way, right? Like I know a site is built for Deep Dungeon, it's literally revealing the map, but Conceal feels like it's like nowhere else in the game do you have something that's even closer to Conceal. It's very unique. Unique but for Deep Dungeon. Same with Devo, honestly. Devo, I'm a big fan. I think Devo is great. Like if you told me the next Deep Dungeon is the Devo, I would be like, hell yeah. Because the thing with Devo is it also like, I guess it's because I'm dissociating the palm from the effect. Yeah, I guess that's a good point, right? It's like Devo, it's just I'm looking at the votive effect as a PT thing, but then Devo, I'm more interested in the concept of a like into floor benefit that you have to grind for on the floor before, right? So honestly, I look at this Devo, I'm not even really thinking of the transformation. I'm thinking of the fact that you have a into floor effect. I think that's why I think it's a masterpiece. Okay, I'm pretty satisfied with that. So that's gonna be the final of my tier list, which took way longer than I thought. So I guess we'll only be doing one tier list today. I thought this would be like a 30-minute thing, but turns out I was extremely wrong. It was more like 2 hour. Classic. Whew. Do I like the 50% effect of a bomb mudslide? I like it. I like it. The bomb and the mudslide are fun. They're not that fun in PT because there's like not that much danger, but okay. Just your general name, why do you know what? Dude, I'm so sad I didn't put Purification higher. I was really thinking I would be like the contrarian that puts it high, but I can't, bro. It's just too useless where it is. I really hope we get a Deep Dungeon where this shit is like S plus and actually it's like basically I guess I'm seeing it like this could be the new Serenity, you know? Like if they're really gonna make the Deep Dungeon built around mechanics, well, then remove Serenity and have your Purification be the new Serenity. Like, make the Purification the thing that, like, you have to play around it. Like, they could totally do it, dude. Like, they could totally do it, but they don't because, I don't know, PT accessible? As if that was an excuse to not build around, like, the Pomander you put in, but... this is why this bomb is very sad. It's sad. It's not its fault, man. Purification's trying its best. This is the fault of Square Enix. Yeah, pretty satisfied with the way this one. Like I said, the only thing that I think maybe I don't agree 100% with where I put them is Lethargy Maze, but I give them a break because these are very like personal complaints I have about them. I do not regret putting Poison in Flame at all, by the way. I know it's the same as a match site, but I think it's infinitely more lame when not everything's a match site. Because then, obviously, the match site is OP in that context. It kind of overpowers everything else. Okay, well anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the tier list. So like I said, I thought we were gonna do like a job tier list as well, but I don't really want to get into that. This one took too long. This will definitely be on YouTube. Hope no one said any bad words in the chat. Wasn't really reading chat too much. But there's like a million times they could build around purification. There's a million ways they could build around purification. You absolutely should not let them get away with that, dude. Like, there's so many ways they could have done things around it. Yeah, like, because here's the thing: purification, in a world where purification is built around, it actually becomes a Deep Dungeon where Healer shines, right? Like, think of it, that could have been the first Deep Dungeon where actually White Mage is the GOAT or something. Like in the same way that in POTD, I think tank is amazing because you don't have to play around Serenity as much. In Ebonai as well. Well, now you could have had PT where healer is the GOAT because it's the only job that does not have to like base itself around purification. Because then it can actually get away with not using it all the time, right? Yeah, you could have had this whole ecosystem. Like this was a great opportunity. Like you can go back to watch my blind run, right? My blind run, when I saw purification the first time, I was actually excited. I was like, "Ooh, that's very exciting." Yeah, bar would have been pretty sick too, with that. Well, who knows? Maybe next deep dungeon they'll. I mean, they're surely gonna listen to some of the feedback. I hope. I mean, purification. There's no way they're gonna like. I mean, there's no way it exists in the next deep dungeon, and if it does, then there's no way it's not built around more. I would assume. I mean, I can't even think of a single person that had positive feedback about purification. Okay, anyway, that's gonna be it for me today. So the plan is next Friday. I'm done with Quantum Prod, by the way. It's on my YouTube. I'm gonna like just upload it later with a thumbnail. It took longer than I thought to get it from the Twitch, but I don't have any more Quantum Prod. So next Friday I'll be back. I may stream Path of Exile instead of Deep Dungeon. Well, I'll think about it. I'll see what I do next weekend. Probably make a post in my Discord or something about it when I get close. Yeah, we might stream some PU. I'll see like if they do a Twitch campaign again, because these are always like a great excuse to do like a stream of it. So we'll see what I do about it. But either way, I should be back next weekend doing something. So I wish you guys a good rest of the week. Well, a good beginning of the week, and I'll see you guys later. Have a good one, guys.